So, I've played a lot of games in my life, like a ridiculous amount of games. And somehow, through my decades of gaming experience, I've never, not once in my life, played a single flight sim game. That's why recently, when I asked about what games you guys would like to see covered on the channel, I was not only surprised to see Ace Combat get so many votes, but I saw an opportunity. Not only would it be my first time playing a game in the franchise, but also it would be my first time playing a game in the entire genre. So how did I get on with air combat, and how does it hold up nowadays? Well, let's talk about it. Air Combat is a combat flight simulation game developed and published by Namco for the PlayStation in 1995. And to clear up any confusion off the bat, yes, the series is called Ace Combat, but for whatever reason, the first game is called Air Combat. So if any of you series vets out there happen to know what the story is behind that one, feel free to let me know in the comments because I'm actually pretty interested on that one. And for the younger members of the audience, you might have noticed that I said this was developed by Namco, and that's because this was prior to the company being bought out by Bandai in 2005, leading to the merger that gave birth to what we now know as Bandai Namco. But booting up the game for the first time, I was greeted by this neat FMV of various jets flying around with some incredibly cheesy yet charming music. And this set the tone of the game just about perfectly, giving me a great idea of what I was getting into. Just a fun little game where you fly some aircraft around with some slightly cheesy but amazingly catchy music playing in the background. Starting up the campaign though, we get the story introduction. We play as an unnamed pilot who is hired by an unnamed government to help them defeat a terrorist group. The terrorists staged a coup d'etat 6 months prior to the start of the game, so our job is to play a key role in fighting a war against them and re-establishing the legitimate government. And that's it. There's no story content beyond this intro cutscene, and honestly, I'm kind of here for it. Story is always nice in games, but really, I'm just here to fly some planes and blow shit up, and I genuinely didn't even notice the lack of story until I was near the end of the game. Getting into the game itself though, we start with an overworld map where we can select our next mission. For the first few missions, you go straight through them in order, but eventually multiple paths open up, and you're allowed to tackle the missions in whatever order you choose. And there's nothing crazy here, like later missions being changed depending on what missions you take first. It's just there to give you options in terms of what you want to do, and because of the lack of story, I'm not bothered by the lack of meaningfully branching paths one bit. Once you select a mission, you get brought into a briefing screen where you're given your objectives with full voice acting, shown a map of the area, and also shown what enemy units are present in the mission. You can even hover over an enemy unit in this briefing screen to get a visual of what it is, as well as see how many credits you'll be rewarded for eliminating it. And these credits are very important to the overall gameplay loop, but we'll circle back to that in a bit. Now, let's get to the real meat of the video. How does the game actually play when you're in missions? Well, it plays surprisingly well, actually. Something to keep in mind is that when this game was made, dual analog controllers weren't standard yet, and there weren't even any available for the PlayStation until a year after this game came out, so this game controls a little weirdly by today's standards. Firstly, there are two control schemes available in Air Combat. There are the novice controls and the expert controls. Novice controls exist to make the game easier to pick up and play for a more casual audience, and are the default controls of the game, but expert controls are there to give the player full control over their aircraft, and while I'm sure veterans of the franchise have already picked up on it, I decided to use expert controls right off the bat for my playthrough. And I'm very glad that I did so. It was trickier to get to grips with, sure, but by the time that I was used to the controls, I had so many more possibilities available to me, and it was an incredibly satisfying learning curve to go through. But with that established, let's go over how the expert controls actually function. The game uses 8 different buttons just to control the movement of your aircraft. Naturally, the first 4 buttons are made up of the D-pad inputs. Left and right on the D-pad will rotate your jet left or right, and up and down on the D-pad will simulate pushing forward and pulling back on a flight stick, with the up input pitching your jet down and the down input pitching your jet up. And then there's L2 and R2, which will turn your craft left or right very slowly while mostly maintaining your rotation. Additionally, L1 and R1 are used to control your speed, with R1 activating your afterburners and speeding you up, and L1 being your brakes. And your speed control is very important in this game. If you're moving quickly, it'll be harder for enemies to hit you, meaning if you're strafing over artillery or just trying to dodge a missile lock, moving faster can definitely increase your chances of getting by unscathed. But if you're trying to lock onto a target that's evading you, moving slower will get you a tighter turning angle, which makes your brakes just as valuable as your afterburners. And if all of that seems overwhelming, there's still one more mechanic that you really need to be mindful of. If your plane is going too slow and flying at an upward angle, there's a good chance that it's going to stall out and start plummeting towards the ground. This means that while you're dogfighting, you need to be very mindful to not hammer on your brakes too much, as you might end up just stalling out mid-battle. And of course, if you're too close to the ground when this happens and you can't pull out of it in time, it just means immediate death on crash. Something that surprised me starting out though was the dynamics of the weapons. I knew going in that I would have access to Gatling guns and missiles, but what I didn't know is that I would almost exclusively be using my missiles. The thing is, the missiles are very easy to land by simply getting a target lock, waiting for the right moment, and then firing, and they get massive damage per shot when doing so because, well, you know, it's a missile. But Gatling guns are really only useful when you're very close to the enemy, and even then, it's incredibly hard to aim them, as you don't get any sort of lock-on functionality with them and it's completely manual. I found myself barely ever using my Gatling guns, and even when I did, it felt more like I was making a conscious effort to do so rather than just doing it naturally. Another thing you'll have to decide between frequently is whether to use the first or the third person camera. I found in my experience that the third-person camera was much easier to pilot with, especially when I was first learning the game, but first-person camera gives you way more information on your HUD, much of it being incredibly helpful. And it also makes it easier to aim with the Gatling guns in those scenarios where you do get up close. I used a pretty even mix of the two during my time with the game, as both definitely have their advantages over the other, and it feels like it's worthwhile to get used to both styles. Then there's a couple of smaller things for the base gameplay, first of which being your fuel. Your fuel will slowly deplete during a mission, depleting faster when using your afterburner, of course. And I have to assume that if you run out of fuel, you'll simply crash your aircraft and fail the mission, but I personally never saw this happen, so I'm not 100% sure. You can also hold the square button during a mission to open a small map of the mission area, displaying where both you and your objectives are relative to one another, helping out with the fact that the maps in this game are shockingly large, yet the draw distance they were able to achieve on the PlayStation was fairly small. Like I said before, it took me a little bit to get used to the game, but once I did, I had an absolute blast with it. The game controls shockingly well once you've adjusted, and it's beyond satisfying to complete a mission while taking 0 damage throughout the entire thing. I'm definitely nowhere near having mastered the game, but it feels good to have progressed as much as I did in the few hours I spent with it, and I really look forward to continuing that skill progression when playing through the rest of the series. And overall, despite being classified as a flight sim, air combat is a very arcadey game. You'll be flying at top speeds while close to the ground, you can fly through exploding enemies and shrapnel with no downsides, and you'll realize that when you load into a mission, you carry like 70 missiles and 1,000 rounds of Gatling gun ammo in your aircraft, which, while I'm no professional, seems like it was done for the sake of making a fun game rather than a realistic simulation. Not that that's a bad thing though, a fun game is a fun game, and I just thought it was worth noting since every source I found seemed to call this a sim game, though I personally feel like arcade sim would be a more accurate classification. But once you complete your first mission, you'll get paid for the enemy units you destroyed, as well as get the actual contract pay for completing that mission, but you'll have to pay for repairs for your jet. Thankfully, the pay is very generous in this game, and repairs aren't very expensive, so you'll barely notice it, but I thought it was worth a mention since it incentivizes players to take as little damage as possible while playing the game. And with those credits that you earn, you can open up the hangar screen from the overworld map, and here you can view your currently owned aircraft, as well as purchase new ones that are in stock. New planes will become available at certain points in the campaign, of course getting better as you progress, and it really adds to that addictive nature of the game since not only is the gameplay fun, but you're also progressing after every mission you complete. The only thing I would have wanted to see here would be a little more customization, or any customization at all. A lot of the time I found myself looking at some jets that were available and thinking that they looked really cool, but then as soon as you buy them, they all get this same kind of like ace pilot paint job on them. And honestly, I would have loved the ability to be able to apply my own paint job or even just leave it with the stock paint job, because as much as I liked this custom one that they all have once you own them, I also would have really enjoyed being able to play around with that and make my own custom paint jobs or even just choose the color scheme of my own jet. But of course, progression only feels truly satisfying when there's something to lose. So, if you ever crash one of your aircraft while out on a mission, you'll be able to retry the mission as many times as needed to complete it, but you'll have lost that jet. And when I say you lost it, I mean you really lost it. You'll have to go back to the hangar and buy yourself a replacement with credits from previous missions, and that's only if they have a replacement in stock at the time, which in my playthrough personally never happened. So as far as my personal experience goes, crashing a plane or getting shot down just means that that one is gone for good, and I really like how this decision adds weight to playing well and executing missions successfully. And trust me, randomly stalling out and crashing into the ground or just getting shot down in general and losing your best aircraft is a mistake that you'll only make once or twice before you really start to pay attention to try to prevent it. But speaking of missions, the way that they ramp up the challenge throughout the campaign is honestly impressive. The first couple missions ease you into dogfighting, then they introduce the concept of taking out ground targets, and they just continuously introduce new concepts and challenges throughout the entire game. And to balance this out, they also introduce a new system a few missions into the game that's purely there to help the player out, this being the wingman system. This is a system where you can hire a second pilot to come along with you on your missions, all of them varying in skill level and what aircraft they pilot, which of course also dictates how expensive it will be to pay them. Additionally, you can tell them what you want them to do while out on the mission, whether that be watching your tail so other aircraft can't get behind you, or just having them go out on their own to clear mission objectives, or even giving them a specific mission objective to go ahead and secure. It's a really fun addition to the game, and it adds a lot of personality as well, making it feel more like you're part of a larger team rather than just a solo ace pilot. The only downside here being that if you fail a mission with a wingman hired for it, you don't get reimbursed for that attempt and the money will stay gone, so you can find yourself in a position where after getting stuck on a mission, you won't even be able to afford hiring a wingman going forward. And speaking of mission objectives, the mission variety in air combat is surprisingly strong. There's a wide variety of mission types like pure dogfights, strafe runs on resource stashes and buildings, VIP escorts, recon missions, even running through narrow ravines like you're in the Star Wars trench run. On top of that, the developers also utilized a wide variety of color palettes for the maps, adding some much needed visual variety between missions and preventing players from feeling like they're looking at the same environment over and over again. And that might sound like the smallest thing to praise, but you gotta remember that back in the early PS1 days, that was a very common problem. And then there's the final mission of the game. Completely out of nowhere, I get a briefing telling me that a giant airborne base has been spotted flying over the ocean, and I need to go and shoot it down. So I take my best jet and my best wingman available, and I head out to engage in one of the wildest jump the shark missions I've seen in a while. Not to say that that's a bad thing though, as I love when games that maintain a certain level of realism and groundedness throughout just suddenly jump to the extreme right at the end, as it makes things like a giant flying fortress feel all that more out of place and otherworldly. Unfortunately though, this final boss wasn't all that difficult, as its weapons were incredibly easy to dodge, and it ended up just being an endurance test more than anything, but it still felt like it was worth a mention just because of how wild and out of nowhere it was. But overall, I really enjoyed my time with air combat. Like I said before, I was pretty unsure going in just due to my lack of experience with flight sims, but I was pleasantly surprised by how easily I was able to get to grips with it and enjoy the game. It definitely doesn't outstay its welcome either, only taking me about 4 hours to complete front to back, and while the game doesn't really do anything in particular that stands out, it's a perfectly sound experience. It doesn't do any one particular thing incredibly well, but it doesn't do much wrong either. So it's a very nice start to what would eventually become a very long-running franchise. So at the end of the day, I'm going to give Air Combat a 6.9. But what do you guys think? Those of you that have played the game, those of you learning about it for the first time through this video, let me know in the comments below. And if you guys enjoyed the video, feel free to leave a like, a comment, a subscription, anything to let me and the algorithm know that you did enjoy. It helps me out a lot, so I'd really appreciate it. And if you're interested in supporting the channel financially, consider checking out becoming a channel member or a patron. They start as low as $1 a month and can get you things like behind the scenes updates, early video access, and more. But if you can't afford to do it, don't worry about it because we've all been there and your likes, comments, etc. already help out the videos plenty. And hey, I don't have any other Ace Combat content to offer just yet, but I did recently finish reviewing every single game in the Armored Core franchise, so if you liked this video, you might enjoy those. If you're interested, I'll throw the link right here on screen. So after the release of Air Combat, Namco knew that they had a new hit on their hands. The game sold over 2 million copies, yet the dev team at the time felt like they could have made a better game than they did. Wanting to improve things like graphics and gameplay, the team immediately got to work on a sequel, and after a couple years of hard work, Ace Combat 2 was born. So how does Ace Combat 2 improve on the foundation laid out by Air Combat, and how does it hold up today? Well, let's talk about it. And before getting too far into the video, I should mention that this is the second in a series of videos where I'm playing every Ace Combat game for the first time and reviewing them as I go along. And while you don't have to have seen the first video in order to enjoy this one, you'll be missing a lot of important context about my journey with that game if you haven't seen it. So I'll have the full playlist linked in the description below for those of you that want to go check that out first. But with that out of the way, Ace Combat 2 is an air combat video game developed and published by Namco for the PlayStation in 1997. And starting up the game, we immediately get introduced to the story here. A coup d'etat has taken place in an unnamed nation during a time when military leaders were away, and we've been hired to retake key points and re-establish the legitimate government. Wait a minute. Yeah, so the story in Ace Combat 2 is pretty much exactly that of the previous game, which also means that, much like that video, I won't have to spend a lot of time talking about it here. Once again, the story is just there as a basic setup to give you a reason to go and do the missions that you do, and it's pretty much non-existent past the opening. And much like I said in the last video, I don't really mind the lack of story either, as I'm really just here to fly around and blow shit up while jamming out to the amazing soundtrack that Namco composed for this game. And getting into the menus, I realized just how much of the first game's formula is still here. The map layout and level structure is incredibly similar, though a little more linear than last time, with the maximum number of missions open at one time during my playthrough being 2 compared to Air Combat where it was 5 or 6. That being said though, there are 2 different story paths that both lead to the same end result, but allow you to play different missions each time. Granted, the idea could have used a little more time in the oven, as these different paths will only make up 5 of your 20 or so missions, but it's still a nice, albeit small evolution to the campaign structure. The hangar from Air Combat also returns, this time with much more detailed statistics for each aircraft, and with the limit for how many you can own at one time being removed, allowing you to purchase one of every fighter available in the game. And the best improvement here, the removal of that one universal paint job. Like I said in that video, it's not that the paint job itself was bad, I just wanted a little more visual variety between my different jets, and Ace Combat 2 delivered, which I'm incredibly happy about. Beyond this, when you select a mission in Ace Combat 2, the detailed briefings from Air Combat have been brought back, but once again, improved. We now get a full 3D map of the mission area, allowing us to see things in much greater detail than before, and the panning around to look at various targets and threats is a really impressive effect considering this is running on a PS1. And the improvements only continue when we get into the actual gameplay. The first thing that we need to talk about is the fact that between the releases of Air Combat and Ace Combat 2, Sony released the dual analog controller for the PlayStation. Not the DualShock, that's a different controller that didn't come out until a few months after this game, specifically the dual analog controller that they sold for all of like a year in the middle of the PS1's lifespan. And for anyone who might not have known this controller existed, because I've learned over time that there's a lot of you, genuinely the only differences between this and the DualShock is that the thumbsticks are indented instead of fully rounded, and there's no rumble feature, so there's no controller vibration on these. But with that controller having been released, Namco made the decision to change the default controls of the game to use the left thumbstick for movement instead of the D-pad, which gives the player much more fine control over their aircraft. Personally, I had already gotten so used to using the D-pad during my Air Combat playthrough, so you might see some moments in here where I seem to not be fully in control of my movement, because I'm not. But the more you get used to it, the smoother it is to control, and it's definitely a big improvement over the D-pad movement. Another thing that you notice immediately when playing is just how much of a graphical jump there is from Air Combat to AC2. The textures along the ground are a higher quality, there's more texture in the game in general, there are way more polygons in both the environments and in the aircraft models. It's just a huge improvement all around. The animation work on the aircrafts has also improved massively, with more flame coming out of the back when using your afterburners, or being able to see your brakes pop out, stuff like that. It's funny because when I played Air Combat, I figured everything looked so simple there because of hardware limitations, but having now played Ace Combat 2, it's clear that the first game only looked so simple due to the developers not being familiar with the hardware when working on it, and as such, not knowing how to push it to its absolute limits like they do here in AC2. A lot of the new features in AC2 are things that happen after you complete a mission though. First of all, there's the player rank. This system allows players to climb through the ranks of the Air Force throughout their playthrough, with more rank being earned depending on how many targets you eliminate throughout your playthrough. These ranks don't earn you any sort of rewards, but it's a fun little system that they added in, and if they ended up adding some rewards to it, I could see it being a huge positive in future titles. Along with this, the player can now earn decorations for defeating specific mini-bosses throughout the campaign. These are unique pilots that are noticeably more skilled than others that you'll find, and not only is it fun to fight them whenever they pop up, but it's also really satisfying to see the screen slowly fill up with medals. Much like the ranks, there's no specific rewards tied to these fights outside of the medals and the credits you get for shooting them down. So again, if this system got fleshed out a tiny bit more, it could be really great going forward. Something else I really liked after missions is this little animation where it will run back through the path you took, showing where you shot down or destroyed enemies along the way. They could have just stuck with what they did in Air Combat, where they simply list all the enemies destroyed and how much you get paid for each. But instead, they added this new animation that's full of personality and honestly never gets old to watch back. So it's just another one of those smaller things that pleasantly surprised me during my playthrough. Additionally, the wingman system returns from the first game, but it's a little different this time around. First of all, the way that you pay for them is slightly different. Rather than needing to pay up front, the cost for the wingman is instead deducted from your pay for the mission, meaning that if you can't afford them, you can still make use of them since it'll just be deducted at the end. And while it's not a major change, it's also worth noting that they are significantly cheaper to hire than in the previous game. And I'm not sure if it's just me, but they seemed a lot less useful here than in Air Combat as well. I found myself wondering if they were even doing anything on multiple occasions, as I would notice that they were kind of just circling around in the middle of nowhere rather than helping me out with enemy aircraft or securing objectives. And it's possible that this was just a bug that would occur after they finished dogfighting an enemy and had trouble finding a new target. But regardless, I definitely found them less helpful this time around, and it's just something that I noticed. But while the wingman AI seems like it might have been slightly downgraded, the same can definitely not be said for the enemy pilots here. These guys are not only more aggressive than in Air Combat, but are also far better at avoiding your missiles and putting the moves on you. I had a much harder time tracking enemy pilots and confirming kills in AC2, even with the improved controls. Additionally, I found that they used far more defensive maneuvers to avoid my shots, which was actually really entertaining, as it made it feel even more like I had to wait for that perfect moment to fire my missiles or my machine guns. Granted, these evaluations of difficulty are based on playing the games on normal, so I can't speak to the experience on higher difficulties, but I imagine that these differences in the AI will be mostly consistent regardless of what you're playing on. But I wouldn't necessarily say that Ace Combat 2 is a more difficult game than Air Combat. In fact, I just wouldn't say that. At first, I assumed it was just because my skill had progressed with this being my second game in the series, but after replaying Air Combat a little bit on stream recently, that's definitely not the case. Firstly, I did not get hit by a single missile throughout the entire playthrough. I'm not exaggerating either. I legitimately do not have a single clip in my 4.5 hours of footage of me getting hit by a missile. Beyond that, I only had one crash in the entire playthrough, and it was, somewhat hilariously, during the mission accomplished screen after my control was taken away and the autopilot kicked in. I did have to pay the repairs for the fighter, but the game also considered the mission to have been completed, so only a minor inconvenience, I guess. And from this one experience, it seems like permanently losing planes when they're shot down or crashed is no longer present in AC2. When that one crash happened, I simply had to pay 20,000 credits in repairs, which was much less than it cost to buy the thing in the first place, and it was still in my hangar like usual afterwards. I'm assuming that this was done as they were moving a little further away from the purely arcade format of air combat, and were taking steps towards a more fleshed out single player campaign. It goes even further in making Ace Combat 2 a more forgiving game than the original, and honestly, I think it goes just a little further than I would like. I think a great balance here could have been leaving fighters available to purchase after you crash them, but requiring the player to purchase them again for full price from the shop. Ultimately, it's not something that breaks the game by any means, but I feel like it's just one tiny step from being a perfect middle ground between forgiving and punishing, so I figured I would mention it. Continuing with gameplay changes, I found that stalling was much more affected by what altitude you're flying at in this game. I believe this was also a factor back in air combat, but it is infinitely more noticeable in Ace Combat 2. If you're close to the ground, you're able to slam the brakes much harder than otherwise and maintain control at much lower speeds, but at higher altitudes, the opposite will be true, with the player needing to fly at high speeds to avoid stalling out. And the best example of this brings us right into my favorite new gimmick that AC2 brings to the table. In one mission in the game, you'll need to fly above the clouds to hunt down a small group of fighters, and while flying this high, you need to fly incredibly fast to avoid stalling out and falling back below said clouds. It's fun to be forced to move at near maximum speed, and it's incredibly impressive to transition from the normal map into a completely new one in real time when moving through the clouds. It's easily up there with the ravine runs for me in terms of my favorite mission types in these games, and honestly, one of my favorite additions that AC2 brings as a whole. And while it's not a new mission type, sometimes after a mission, you'll have to manually land on a runway or an aircraft carrier to seal the deal. It's not something that happens very often, only happening twice in the entire game during my playthrough, but it's something that brings a ton of character to the game that wasn't there before, and I really wish that they had used it more throughout the campaign. If nothing else though, I would really love to see this brought back and used more often in future titles. And while I'm talking so much about new mission gimmicks, there was one more that I really enjoyed. There was one mission where we had to destroy a missile silo by flying in through the exhaust ducts used to ventilate it, but those only opened once every so often. So we had to go in and hold our own in a dogfight until the exhausts opened, then fly through them quickly while the opportunity was there to destroy it. And remember in the last video when I mentioned the Star Wars trench run? Yeah, well, that feels even more appropriate now. It's super fun to be playing the mission like normal, but with the thought in the back of your head that you need to be ready and in position to make that move, and I thought it was one of the better missions during my playthrough. And to wrap up the mission talk, let's talk about the ending of the game, or rather, the endings. There are 3 missions that your game can end on, and all of them are worth talking about in one way or another. The first one is a final push on the enemy militia's base, and this feels far more like a final mission than the airborne fortress from Air Combat did. There's a ton of enemy pilots here, all of which either being aces or top guns, so the dogfighting is super intense. And once you're done with them, you move on to clearing all the ground forces, and once you're done, you get the standard ending, unless you've met the conditions to get the bonus ending. And if you meet those conditions, the second ending can occur on the next mission afterwards, where you have to destroy a giant submarine. When you destroy it, the militia launches one final cruise missile from it, and the catch here is that you need to intercept and destroy it, but you can't use missiles. To take it down, you're required to hit the back of the engine with your machine guns. And this thing moves around like crazy. It flies super fast, it cuts in all sorts of directions, it's really hard to keep up with. And if you intercept it, you move on to the bonus ending like normal, but if you fail, you get a unique cutscene where the missile destroys an entire city, giving you the bad ending. But then there's the final mission. In this one, it turns out that there is one final base remaining, and the player is sent in to destroy it. It's a very standard dogfighting and ground target mission, but then near the end, we need to fly through a narrow corridor to destroy the fortress from the inside out, escaping the explosion through a hatch in the ceiling. And then the credits roll. I actually ended up getting the bonus ending naturally during my first playthrough, which is honestly really easy to do, as the only requirement to open it up is shooting down one specific mini-boss pilot from the system I talked about earlier. Overall, Ace Combat 2 is really just air combat, but better. Not every single system and mechanic is improved, but most of them are, and very little is downgraded from the previous game. It expands the campaign structure, the AI behavior, the mission variety, and so much more. If you enjoyed air combat, this game is a slam dunk for you, and if you didn't, it might just change your mind. Add on to that the jump in visuals is so impressive, especially considering that we're still in the PlayStation 1 era of the series. So at the end of the day, I'm going to give Ace Combat 2 an 8.3. But what do you guys think? Those of you that have played the game, those of you learning about it for the first time through this video, let me know in the comments below. And if you guys enjoyed the video, feel free to leave a like, a comment, a subscription, anything to let me and the algorithm know that you did enjoy. It helps me out a lot, so I'd really appreciate it. And if you're interested in supporting the channel financially, consider checking out becoming a channel member or a patron. They start as low as $1 a month and can get you things like behind the scenes updates, early video access, and more. But if you can't afford to, don't worry about it. We've all been there, and your likes, comments, etc. already help out the videos plenty. And hey, if you enjoyed this video and you haven't seen them already, then you definitely enjoy the rest of my Ace Combat videos, and maybe even another series that I just started doing the exact same thing with the Metal Gear games. So if you're interested, I'll have both of those linked right here on screen. So after the release of Ace Combat 2, Namco had a huge challenge in front of them. Now that they had made a game that completely refined the mechanics of the original, they had to come up with ways to build upon and expand the franchise going forward. So the team quickly got to work on a new title, intending to make the largest and most ambitious Ace Combat game to date. So how does Ace Combat 3 Electrosphere build upon what came previously, and how does it hold up today? Well, let's talk about it. And before getting too far into the video, I should mention that this is the third in a series of videos where I'm playing every Ace Combat game for the first time and reviewing them as I go along. And while you don't have to have seen the first couple videos in order to enjoy this one, you'll be missing a lot of important context about my personal journey with the series if you haven't seen them. So I'll have the full playlist linked in the description below for those of you that want to go check those out first. But with that out of the way, Ace Combat 3 Electrosphere is a combat flight simulation game developed and published by Namco for the PlayStation in 1999. And before we talk about the game proper, we need to talk about what version of the game I played. See, the international release of Ace Combat 3 is a massively downgraded experience compared to the Japanese release, with the story almost entirely cut out of it, and what little story there is that's left being changed a fair bit. So for this video, I played the Japanese release of the game using a fan translation that subtitles the entire experience in English. I'm going to be reviewing this version of the game and not the international release, as this is the original experience that the developers intended back in 1999. And speaking of the story, it's actually the main source of innovation in this game. Rather than taking the approach of the previous games, the developers decided that this time around they wanted the story to be a key part of the experience, and it's actually really good. The game takes place in the near future year of 2040 in a timeline where world governments are completely gone and large corporations have taken over as the main governing power. The player starts out as a pilot for UPO, a peacekeeping organization that ensures the corporations don't start all-out wars with one another. The story plays with a lot of classic sci-fi themes such as corporate dystopia, AI, the evolution of mankind through technology, and so much more, which certainly gives the game a very unique identity among the Ace Combat games. It even has 5 different branching paths that the player can go down, all leading to their own versions of the game's events and completely unique endings, which by the way, are also completely missing in the international releases of the game. Adding to this game's unique identity, the entire story is presented with an anime art style, even including full animation for cutscenes and messages. And it's really interesting how the story presentation of the series went from scrolling text in the first 2 games to a full-blown anime in the 3rd game. But we'll talk more about the story later in the video. For now, let's talk about the actual experience of playing the game. The first thing that I noticed is that the menus and UI of the game have been pretty massively downgraded from Ace Combat 2. Not that Ace Combat 2's menus and UI are like a work of art by any means, but they were simple and easy to understand and navigate. The best example of this, in my opinion, is the UI element in that game that displayed the stats of each aircraft. When you looked at it, you could see what the stat was, and the bars would give you a pretty good idea at the strengths and weaknesses of each jet. But here in Ace Combat 3, not only is this much less easy to understand than what we got in Ace Combat 2, it also displays less detailed statistics to the player, having reverted back to the stats displayed in air combat. And the mission briefings didn't fare any better. Not only do they look significantly worse, having lost the full 3D effects they had in AC2, but the functionality to pan around and see the aircraft and the skill level of each pilot is also completely absent, with all that now being replaced by simply getting the briefing and then immediately going on to select your jet. This is a huge loss in my opinion, as those unique mission briefings were one of the things early on that displayed the unique identity of Ace Combat to me. Not to mention being able to see what you are going up against, and then knowing when you're in the mission whether you're up against an average pilot or an ace. It's not a huge deal that it's gone now, but I really hope that it gets brought back for the next game because I really enjoyed those briefings. Continuing with that line of thinking, the HUD for the first-person mode of this game is probably the worst in the series so far. The majority of the HUD in this game is perfectly fine, but there are a couple elements here that I take issue with. I'm not sure what the technical term for it would be, but the first one is this element that displays the angle of your pitch. It has this weird effect where it's warped towards the center of the screen, which is a little disorienting when you're trying to pilot around in dogfights. But really, it's this compass they've added that throws me off the most. The entire time that you're piloting in first person, that thing is always going to be there, and a lot of the time it's going to be obscuring your sight. These elements, along with other smaller things like an arrow to display what direction your target is facing and all that, can just clutter the screen a lot of the time, and it often made it difficult to see what was going on. But once you adjust to it and you're able to see beyond the HUD, you'll realize that the graphics have once again improved over AC2. Similar to last time, there's more details in the textures, more geometry in the levels, and more polygons in the aircraft models. And as random as it might sound, my favorite part of the visual improvements here are the missile trails. The missiles looked way better in Ace Combat 2 than in Air Combat, and now they look even better here in Ace Combat 3. This game is by far the peak of the series visuals on the PS1, and it's incredibly impressive when you consider just how large the levels in this game really are and how much the system was rendering at any given time. Something else that I realized almost immediately was that the controls felt a lot worse than in AC2. For the first minute or so, I couldn't quite put my finger on why it felt like such a downgrade, but then I realized. The 360-degree fine controls for the left thumbstick from AC2 are gone, and Ace Combat 3 simply uses the 4 cardinal directions. The game ends up just taking whatever direction your thumbstick is closest to, meaning that there's always a small disconnect between the direction you're pushing the stick and the direction that the game will actually input into your aircraft. On top of that, it took me a while to realize it, but Ace Combat 3 actually has proper physics for your aircraft. In the first 2 games, if you were diving downwards and then suddenly pulled up, your plane would change direction in a very arcadey, video gamey fashion. But here in AC3, if you do that same thing, your pitch will change and you'll slowly start to change direction, but you'll still have some momentum that's carrying you downwards towards the ground for a second or so until your momentum fully shifts. It's really weird to get used to coming off of the first couple games, but once you're used to it, it actually feels pretty amazing. There's something about this more kinetic feel to piloting that's just so satisfying once you adjust to it and learn to control it, and it's a huge improvement to the game feel here. And speaking of huge improvements, one of the largest gameplay refinements here comes from the release of the PlayStation's DualShock controller. Like I mentioned in the last video, Ace Combat 2 was made at a time that the dual analog controller was the newest one available, but now with Ace Combat 3, this game was developed with the brand new DualShock controller in mind. And as I also mentioned in that video, one of the largest innovations with the DualShock controller was the addition of rumble. So here in AC3, they've added a feature where when your aircraft is getting close to stalling out due to low speeds, high altitude, whatever it is, your controller will actually vibrate to simulate the feeling of the plane shaking before it stalls out and give you a warning ahead of time. So gone are the days of randomly stalling out with no prior warning like we saw in the first 2 games. Now we get a little heads up just before it happens, giving us that chance to react and learn what speeds will lead to a stall before we actually get to that point. It may sound like a super small change to some, but trust me, when you're new to these games, this is a lifesaver and easily one of the best quality of life improvements made in the series so far. And speaking of making the games much easier to get into, they've also added that little circular indicator to help you aim your machine gun fire to the third-person view now. This makes it so that newer players like myself actually stand a chance of using our machine guns without just flipping over to first-person view to do so, and it's just another massive quality of life improvement that the team made with this game. And since we're just rolling on with small improvements, let's talk a bit about those post-mission replays. These were present in Ace Combat 2, and they were perfectly fine in that game, but they've been improved a lot here in Ace Combat 3. The camera angles are so much better, and like I said earlier, the game is just much nicer to look at than the previous game was. So I found myself watching these replays much more often, and when I did watch them, I typically did for longer than I did in AC2. Part of that might also just be that I really like the look of these somewhat futuristic jets, so take that as you will, I guess. But after my first mission was complete, I tried to find the hangar to buy some new jets, and I realized that there wasn't one. At first I was confused, but I figured it must just open up at a certain point in the game, so I continued to play, but then I realized after my second mission that I wasn't getting paid any credits. And this was when it hit me that earning credits through missions to buy new aircraft was removed in favor of just earning new fighters through completing missions. And honestly, I don't think this is much of a problem. At first, I didn't like the removal of the credit system, as I thought it was an unnecessary removal, but then I realized that it just makes it a lot easier for players to enjoy their time going through the campaign, as if you end up getting shot down or crashing, you just get to retry the mission with no larger repercussions. This is one of those changes that I didn't like simply because it was a change, and I didn't really have any particular reasons behind it. After having finished the game, I feel like the only thing it really changes is that it isn't possible to reach a game over state and need to restart the entire campaign like you did in air combat, so ultimately, I don't have much of a problem with the change. And it also adds some personality to the branching story paths of the game. See, as you make decisions throughout the game, you might end up working for different factions throughout, and when you do, the fighters at your disposal change as well. This means that your story decisions also have a direct impact on your gameplay, not to mention how cool it is to start working for a different organization and have new planes to pilot as a result, so it only leads to me enjoying this change just that little bit more. And while we're talking about the new jets in this game, we should talk about the different equipable weapon types. When you're gearing up for a mission, certain fighters might have the option to change what machine guns or missiles they're using, and these can change the performance of your fighter pretty drastically. Instead of the standard machine gun, you might want to bring the heavier cannons along, or instead of the standard missiles, maybe you want smaller short-range missiles so you can fire bursts of 6 or so at a time as opposed to the standard 2. It's a great addition that adds just a little bit of personalization to your aircraft, but a little bit of personalization that's very much appreciated. Something else that came back from Ace Combat 2 are the landing segments after certain missions. These were still only used a couple times throughout the campaign, but there are also some very similar post-mission segments such as the mid-air refueling or the docking segments that have been added here. Much like I said before, I loved the landing segments because they added some extra personality into the gameplay loop and just lent more to that feeling of being an ace pilot, and I feel exactly the same way about these new segments that have clearly been made just to build off of that idea. And just because I haven't referenced things from the Ace Combat 2 video enough, let's talk about the wingmen a little bit. I mentioned in the last video that Ace Combat 2's wingmen felt practically useless a lot of the time, but here in Ace Combat 3, that's definitely not a problem anymore. My wingmen not only felt much more useful during missions, but they also added some indicators to the end of mission report to show where they shot down or destroyed enemies, so I can definitely confirm that they were much more useful here than before. And since the credits of previous games have been removed, your wingmen are actually just your squad mates that work with you depending on your faction in the story. Regardless of your faction, the squad mates all seem to be useful, and from what I can tell, there doesn't seem to be any sort of difference between them gameplay-wise, but it just adds even more to the branching paths of the game to have your squad mates change based on your decisions as well. And much like Ace Combat 2, Ace Combat 3 also strives to increase the mission variety. For the most part, the mission variety is about on par with that of the previous game, but there are various small additions that add that little bit of spice to keep things feeling fresh. For example, there was one mission that was a very typical go here and destroy the base mission, but the base had jammers that disrupted my missile targeting, forcing me to only use my machine guns for the duration of the attack. On top of that, there was one where there was a base spread throughout a canyon and we had to go and do some ravine runs to take it out, but instead of just having one linear ravine run this time, they actually had this large open map that you had to dip down into the ravines and fly through in order to take out some of those base pieces. So you got an equal mix of dogfighting and trench running in the same mission. There weren't really any new mission types, at least not that I experienced in my playthrough, but little variations like this can make similar missions feel entirely new, so I hope to see more stuff like this from the series going forward. There were, however, some missions that I expected to feel really unique that ended up falling short. The biggest example of this was one mission where during the brief, I was told that they would be launching me into low orbit in a special aircraft made just to hit enemies with an aerial strike that they would never see coming. So I get into this jet that was tailor-made for this one mission, get launched up into orbit, and then the mission is just a standard dogfight. I was fully expecting this to be some sort of like high-speed strafe run where I flew straight down on top of them, but no, it ended up just playing exactly like any other mission would. I bring this up simply to point out that while in some places mission variety has improved, in others it still has a lot of room to grow, so I'm still very much hoping to see some sort of expansion from this. But with most of my gameplay thoughts out of the way, let's finally talk about the story. Like I've mentioned a couple times, there are 5 different paths that the story can go down during this game, and all of them offer a totally unique experience to one another. During my first playthrough, I didn't use a guide to ensure that I went down a specific path. I just made decisions as I wanted to see where I would end up by doing so, and oh boy, was that a journey. So like I mentioned near the beginning, you'll spend the first act of every playthrough working for UPO, the peacekeeping organization of AC3's world. And this allows the player to get acclimated to the game while learning about the world and the other factions within it. A few missions in, we ran a joint operation with the General Resource Corporation, and I had the opportunity during this mission to fly alongside their ace pilot, Abyssal Dissian. At the end of the mission, Dissian tells me that he thinks my skills are wasted working for UPO, and that if I wanted to make a real difference in the world, I should go work for him at General Resource. And as much as I had already started to get attached to my squad mates at UPO, I decided to go with Dissian as it sounded like the more interesting path to take. While working for General Resource, my squad was made up of myself, Dissian, and another high-ranking pilot named Keith. Keith and Dissian had been working together for a very long time, so Keith was hesitant to trust me at first, but there were numerous times where Dissian would be unavailable for a mission, leaving me and Keith to take them on as partners, and slowly through these missions he would grow more and more fond of me. Then, near the end of the second act, Dissian takes a paid leave for a while, something Keith mentions as being incredibly uncharacteristic of him, and this all leads up to the biggest plot twist in the game. At the beginning of the third act, it is revealed that throughout the entirety of the story, Dissian hadn't actually been physically present for any of it, as his consciousness had been sublimated into a computer software before being uploaded into a new cyberspace known as the Electrosphere.
He said it! He said it!
Dissian's goal is to create a new society in which everyone was sublimated and uploaded to this network, allowing humanity to shed their physical bodies and move on to the next frontier. So, Dissian creates a terrorist organization known as Ouroboros, and it is revealed that he already has ace pilots from every organization and faction allied with him. This reveal coincides with an offer for you to join Ouroboros, so once again, I decided to follow Dissian and see where this route would take me. Things went well for us for a while, but over time, more and more of our pilots started to fall, and eventually, Keith even shows up, sent in by General Resource to take us down. So here, I decide to side with Keith, turning against the Ouroboros pilots for one final dogfight. In this fight, Keith sacrifices himself to take out the last pilot Dissian had on his side, and then it's just the two of us left. So I start dogfighting with Dissian, and eventually this leads to us actually slipping into the Electrosphere itself for one final battle, in which I manage to wipe Dissian from the network for good. And that's the ending of the game. No one survives aside from the player character, and the world is left to slowly rebuild itself after the damage that Dissian caused. And keep in mind that this is a very heavily abridged telling of the story. There is a lot of depth and detail to it that I completely skipped over just for the sake of time. And keep in mind that if you haven't played the game for yourself, it's more than likely that when you do, things will go down an entirely different route than they did for me. And a lot of people have been asking me to talk in more detail about the music, so here's a little section that I'm adding in near the end of editing just to make sure that I don't miss this opportunity. In my opinion, Ace Combat 3 has the least memorable soundtrack of the series so far. That's not to say that it's bad, but instead of using that over-the-top rock style that just demands your attention like the first two games did, they opted for a more sci-fi sounding track that kind of just meanders in the background. If you ever take a second to stop and pay attention to the music in this game, it's actually pretty damn good, but it's one of those soundtracks that just kind of blends in to the point where you don't notice it for the majority of the game. So, like I said, not a bad soundtrack on its own merit, but definitely the weakest of the three so far. But overall, Ace Combat 3 makes a lot of improvements over Ace Combat 2, and it's definitely the most ambitious game in the series, but some of the very core components feel downgraded. There's so much to love here, from the story paths to the mission variety and the unique identity of a near-future Ace Combat game. But at the same time, things like the controls and the UI have been so downgraded compared to AC2 that it makes it hard to call this the best game in the franchise so far. That being said, for some people, this will definitely be their favorite of the PS1 trilogy, but for those of you that are more gameplay focused like I tend to be, it probably won't take the second game's spot for you. And of course, before we wrap up, huge shout out to the team that put together this fan translation. They did a fantastic job, and once you get through the initial process of figuring out how to mod a PS1 game, it makes it so easy for new players and veterans alike to enjoy this game as it was always meant to be, rather than make do with the butchered international releases. So at the end of the day, I'm going to give Ace Combat 3 Electrosphere a 7.5. But what do you guys think? Those of you that have played the game, those of you learning about it for the first time through this video, let me know in the comments below. And if you guys enjoyed the video, feel free to leave a like, a comment, a subscription, anything to let me and the algorithm know that you did enjoy. It helps me out a lot, so I'd really appreciate it. And if you're interested in supporting the channel financially, consider checking out becoming a channel member or a patron. They start as low as $1 a month and can get you things like behind the scenes updates, early video access, and more. But if you can't afford to, don't worry about it. We've all been there, and your likes, comments, etc. already help out the videos plenty. And hey, if you enjoyed this video and you haven't seen them already, then you definitely enjoy the rest of my Ace Combat videos, or maybe even another series that we recently started doing the exact same thing for the Metal Gear franchise. So if you want to check either of those out, I'll have them both linked right here on screen. So after the release of Ace Combat 3, the franchise was actually left in a pretty weird spot. The game sold well and was received very well in Japan, but internationally it reviewed pretty poorly across the board, with reviewers and fans alike being disappointed in the game's lack of mission variety and proper storyline. So when the team at Namco got to work on the sequel, they set out to make a game that would be enjoyed both by domestic and international audiences alike. So how does Ace Combat 4 Shattered Skies improve upon previous entries, and how does it hold up today? Well, let's talk about it. And before getting too far into the video, I should mention that this is the fourth in a series of videos where I'm playing every Ace Combat game for the first time and reviewing them as I go along. And while you don't have to have seen the rest of the videos in order to enjoy this one, you'll be missing a lot of important context about my journey with the series if you haven't seen them. So I'll have the full playlist linked in the description below for those of you that want to go check that out first. But with that out of the way, Ace Combat 4 Shattered Skies is a combat flight simulation game developed and published by Namco for the PlayStation 2 in 2001. And along with being the first game in the franchise released on the PS2, it's also the first game in what many of you in the comments and live stream chats have been telling me is called the Golden Trilogy of Ace Combat. So my expectations are pretty high going into this one. AC4 takes place in the year 2004 in the fictional universe of Strange Reel. Strange Reel is actually the same universe that all the games have taken place in so far, but this is the first time that it was specifically named in-game, and there's a fairly interesting reason behind that. The concept of Strange Reel wasn't actually thought of until this game's development, and the only reason it came around in the first place is because Ace Combat 4 was supposed to be a reboot of the franchise after the lukewarm reception of the third game. The game even originally was being referred to internally as Ace Combat 1. It was ultimately decided that this wouldn't serve as a full series reboot, but would rather just be placed earlier on the timeline relative to AC3, which according to all the sources that I could find is still considered canon to this day, even though Ace Combat 4 was originally supposed to wipe that game's existence from the timeline. Anyway, we play as Mobius 1, an ace pilot for the Independent State Allied Forces, or ISAF for short, fighting in a war to retake an occupied nation from invading forces. And the first thing I noticed when loading up the game for the first time was just how much I disliked this game's UI. Half of these menus are perfectly fine, while the other half are jumbled messes. In case you haven't noticed already, I use emulators to record older console games for these reviews in order to scale them up to 4K and get 60 frames per second out of them, stuff like that. And at first, I genuinely thought that the menus looked like this due to an emulator bug. Like, whose idea was it to have all these overlapping lines all over the place? The UI in some places was so distractingly bad that it was genuinely hard to get the information that I was supposed to from my briefings or from the statistics in the hangar, stuff like that. The one thing I will give these menus is that the aircraft statistics are much more detailed than in Ace Combat 3, but thanks to the hangar having a very bright interior and the statistics being displayed with white text, sometimes you can't even properly read the stats depending on where the camera is, and you'll just have to wait for it to pan around to a darker area of the hangar to be able to read things clearly. Additionally, the briefings are much less detailed than those that we saw in the first two games, though they are still much better than whatever this was that we got in the third. Like I've said in every single video so far, I really loved the unique and highly detailed approach to the mission briefings that those first two games took, and I'm going to be incredibly disappointed if they continue to be absent from these games going forward. So as far as the briefings go, I still don't think they're as good as the early titles, but they are at least an improvement over the previous entry, so I suppose they earn a bit of credit for that. And so far, we've been off to a pretty rough start in the presentation department, but oh man, does that immediately stop once we actually get into the gameplay. In case you didn't quite catch it earlier, this game came out in September of 2001. That's 1 month before Grand Theft Auto 3 and 2 months before Halo Combat Evolved. And I could sit here and go into a lot of detail, but if you just put those three in a line, one of these comes out as a pretty clear winner. The visuals here are absolutely stunning for their time. Sure, the terrain textures are still pretty low quality when you get close to them, and if you get a good look at Mobius 1 with this increased native resolution I recorded in, yeah. But the aircraft, the missiles, the overall picture of the game from a distance, it's all just beautiful for when the game came out, and it's an incredibly impressive feat of graphical optimization in the early 2000s. Every single one of these games since AC2 have looked amazing for their time, but this one, in my opinion, looks the furthest ahead of its time so far. I even asked a close friend of mine to take a look at the game while I was recording it and tell me what year he thought the game was released in, and he answered 2009, which I think really speaks for itself here. Along with this, the first-person HUD has been massively improved from Ace Combat 3. The pitch ladder has been straightened back out, making it a lot easier to read while also paying attention to everything happening beyond it compared to the third game. And that big compass that was constantly on screen is also gone, and while that thing looked cool, it definitely muddied the overall image, and I think that removing it was the best thing they could have done in regards to that element in particular. And something that's completely new, but that I think helps a lot, is that they've brought the speed and altitude readouts from the edges of the screen to the edges of the pitch ladder, which not only makes them much more convenient to read while focusing on your targeting, but also gives this sort of border to the central elements of the HUD themselves, giving them a much cleaner look all around. And on top of all that, they've even added an entirely new view mode with this game called the cockpit view. This is essentially just the first-person perspective, but made to look like you're actually sitting inside of the cockpit, rather than feeling like the camera was just stuck to the nose of your plane. Like I said, not very meaningfully different from first-person mode, but the immersion factor here should not be ignored, and I think it's a really cool addition for people that want to squeeze that little bit of immersion out of the Ace Combat games. And as a final note for the camera perspectives, third-person mode returns of course, but the thing that I really want to make note of is that they kept the machine gun indicator in the third-person view just like AC3. In my opinion, this was probably the best quality of life improvement from the third game, so seeing it return here and not being thrown out with a lot of other elements from that game is really great. Continuing with the presentation talk though, the sound design in Ace Combat 4 is easily the best in the series so far. All the little beeps and boops from your computer systems, the hiss of missiles getting launched from your plane, and more than anything else, the incredibly satisfying roar of your engines when hitting the afterburner. Everything in AC4 just sounds so much better than in any of the PS1 games, and it's one of those things that I noticed before I even finished my first mission. And before we move on from presentation entirely, we need to talk about the music here. Rather than replicating the rock music of the first two games, or the more subdued electronic music of the third, Ace Combat 4 features a blend of rock, orchestral, and synthesizer music, and even has one track that features a Latin choir. While I think that Ace Combat 2 still has my favorite soundtrack to listen to completely on its own, I think that AC4's music fits the gameplay much better, and offers the most deep and all-around best musical experience of the franchise so far. But getting into the campaign proper, the campaign structure is completely unique to the franchise up to this point. Rather than having the non-linear approach of the first two games, or the third game's linear campaign with branching paths based on decision points, Ace Combat 4 has 18 missions that are played in a completely linear order. For every playthrough of this game, you will play the same missions in the same order. And I think that this is actually a positive change for the franchise. While it might sound a little backwards to some that giving the player less freedom and variety would be a positive change, I feel that having that guarantee that every mission will be played every playthrough led to developers improving the individual mission quality drastically compared to the previous games. And it definitely helps that AC4 has the best controls of all the games so far. They brought back the full 360-degree control of AC2, but they feel so much tighter here. While it's hard for me to put my finger on exactly what it is that I'm feeling here, I noticed that every time I would boot up Ace Combat 2, the stick felt a little overly sensitive, and I would have to adjust every single time I sat down to play to make sure that I don't overturn constantly. But here in 4, it feels so much smoother. And even though the more realistic aircraft physics from the third game have unfortunately been removed, it feels like there's more weight behind the steering than that of the second game. It felt like I had all the freedom of AC2's controls, but with a level of polish that that game never had, making it easily the best feeling game in the series up to this point. Something else that I noticed early on is that the fuel gauge from the first couple games has also been left behind, much like in AC3, but here they've added in a hard timer to every mission. This allows them to ensure that players are moving through missions at a solid pace, but now, instead of just having the player randomly fall out of the sky and crash once the time limit is up, they can actually have an in-universe objective-related reason for every single mission to have that fail state. It's definitely a lot more interesting to have a unique fail condition at the end of the timer for every single mission, not to mention how much more believable and immersive it is, and I definitely feel like this is a really neat evolution of the system. Speaking of evolving existing systems, the mission path replay has also returned, and it looks much better here. Rather than having a top-down map that simply follows your path, it's a full 3D map that tracks and displays the paths of all aircraft in the level, so you actually get a really cool depiction of some of the larger scale dogfights in the game through this. Along with this, you might have already noticed here that earning credits to purchase new aircraft returns in this game after being absent in 3. I'm glad to see that this wasn't just ditched, as I feel like this goes a lot further in making the player feel like they're progressing throughout the campaign compared to how Ace Combat 3 just gives you new planes at certain points. They even make the credits more important than they ever have been before, allowing players to purchase specific weapons to outfit their aircraft with. These tie into a new gameplay mechanic where the player can swap between their standard missiles and their secondary weapon, with these secondary weapons being things like unguided bombs, napalm bombs, long-range missiles, things like that. Every fighter in the game comes with a default secondary weapon that varies from jet to jet, with 1 or 2 additional secondary weapons available for purchase if you would prefer them. And honestly, I really like this addition and might even like to see it taken further in future titles. Maybe allow players to purchase different types of machine guns like the ones we saw in AC3, allow us to replace our standard missiles with different variations. Hell, let us purchase different cosmetic paint jobs for our planes to give us even more reason to replay these games over and over again. I love when games have options like this for the player, and as the system stands currently, it would take more than a single playthrough to purchase every aircraft as well as all the weapons for them, but I think this could be an incredible way to offer some sort of endgame experience to these games, and would love to see it expanded upon in the future. Speaking of weapons, machine guns finally feel like a main part of your kit in this game. In all of the PS1 games, it was possible to use the machine guns, and I'm sure that with a lot of practice, I could get consistent with them in those games, but they never felt like a better option than the missiles. It never had anything to do with the damage, it was always to do with the fact that targeting with them was incredibly difficult. The machine gun indicator was always present, but in the entire PS1 trilogy, it tended to be inaccurate, with your bullets either being slightly ahead of or behind the reticle itself. But here in Ace Combat 4, the targeting reticle is finally an accurate portrayal of where your bullets will hit, and I found myself using machine guns much more throughout my time with this game. I even frequently ran out of machine gun ammo since I was using them almost as much, if not equally as much, as my missiles here. And speaking of running out of ammo, let's talk about my favorite change in the entire game. The landings from Ace Combat 2 and 3 have returned, except for now, they serve an actual gameplay purpose rather than just being the cherry on top of a mission here and there. In Ace Combat 4, you can leave the mission area at any time to go back and land at your base to resupply your ammo before taking off again and returning to the mission. Obviously, this takes a decent amount of time to do, meaning it isn't always the best idea thanks to the time limit, but it's a dynamic that I really loved. There were a couple times in my playthrough where I ran out of both missiles and machine gun ammo, and in situations like that, this new mechanic is an absolute lifesaver. Overall, I'm a huge fan of this change and would obviously love to see it return in future games. And since we're getting into mission talk a little bit, I think now would be a great time to talk about the mission variety. While designing Ace Combat 4, the team at Namco didn't reinvent mission variety, but they mixed things up very creatively. For example, there's one mission where you'll have to execute a fairly standard attack on an enemy base, but near the end, a major twist gets thrown at you. The enemy has a super weapon known as Stonehenge, which is essentially a giant railgun that is meant to shoot asteroids out of the atmosphere, but the enemy militia has started using it to turn the tides of battles instead. So after you've destroyed the base, you get warned that Stonehenge is winding up to fire at your location, and you need to fly at an altitude of lower than 2,000 feet in order to escape safely. The real twist here is that because of the elevation of the base, 2,000 feet is below ground level for the majority of the map, except for in the trenches and ravines that are scattered throughout it. So this standard mission suddenly becomes a ravine run where you need to escape a railgun that is trying to shoot you out of the sky. It's a great example of how to use mission types that the devs were already familiar with developing, but combining them in a way that mixes things up for players and catches them off guard, and I think it's a really creative way to get around how insanely difficult it would be to create entirely new mission types for these games after so many entries. On top of that, the majority of the missions in this game are purely time-based. And I'm not repeating from earlier when I talked about the timer, I mean that most missions in this game don't end from you completing a specific objective, they instead end when the timer reaches 0. And this decision is one that I'm somewhat mixed on. On one hand, the missions give you a rank based on how many points you accumulate within the time limit, so if you're going for higher ranks, this actually works out pretty well. But on the other, sometimes you're not overly concerned with what rank you get, and spending 20 minutes flying around in the same battle can get a little dull. For the sake of transparency, I found that I enjoyed this system more often than I didn't, but there were a couple missions that went on a little long for my taste, and if I could have just completed an objective and moved on, I would have. Another amazing part of Ace Combat 4's missions is the scale of them. By the end of your first hour or so, you'll be properly eased into the game's mechanics, and from this point on, every single mission in the game is a large-scale battle. You'll have plenty of fighters to dogfight with, hundreds of ground targets to eliminate, and you'll spend 15 to 20 minutes in each of them, with it being practically impossible for you to clear the entire map, and it just becomes about dealing as much damage in that time as you can. These battles are wildly entertaining to take part in and are a natural evolution from the PS1 trilogy now that the developers actually have hardware capable of rendering this many targets on screen. And these battles tie directly into the story of the game, which is another large part of the game that was approached in a totally new way here. In the game's cutscenes, we follow a story being told to us by an unnamed man telling us the story of his childhood. When this narrator was young, his family's home was destroyed by a fighter jet that was shot out of the sky, and from that point on, the boy was a homeless orphan. Shortly after that day, the boy's country was occupied by the Erusian militia and was held forcefully by them in their war against the ISAF, which, in case you forgot, is the military that our character is a part of. This man tells us his personal story of living through the war, and it's an incredibly sad and touching story to sit through. But as you play through the campaign and you hear more and more of this man's story, you'll notice that the man continuously makes note of events that you will then immediately play through the battles of, and that you are actually playing as the ace pilot of the ISAF military going through the events of the war alongside the man's story. Then, in the very last cutscene, it's revealed that the narration of the entire campaign was this unnamed man writing a letter to our character, thanking us for all that we did to free his nation during the war. The cutscenes are our player character reading the letter itself, and the missions are us reliving the battles in our own memory as we're reminded of them. It's not the most complex story I've ever seen by any means, but I found it really touching. Sure, it's nowhere near as deep and elaborate as Ace Combat 3's story, but it's still a hell of a lot more than the first two games in the franchise, and if we got more stories like this, I wouldn't exactly complain, as it's very entertaining despite its simplicity. And there's more that I could go into here, but I'm just keeping short for the sake of brevity. Things like the battles that you'll have with the elite enemy squadron of yellow pilots, the massive super weapons that you'll take out during these missions, as well as the dynamics of some of the man's more personal relationships from when he was a child. Like I said, it's very simple, but something about it kept catching me off guard, and I actually really enjoyed it. Overall, I thoroughly enjoyed my time with Ace Combat 4. The gameplay essentially feels like Ace Combat 2 with a ton of mechanical polish as well as a generational leap in technology, the story is entertaining, and the player progression is a hell of a lot better than that of the previous entry. And despite the fact that this game was essentially the team returning to the original vision of the franchise after the lukewarm response to Ace Combat 3, meaning that this likely wasn't the direction they wanted to take the franchise in, I think that this game is easily the best of the franchise so far, and beyond that, it's just a damn good video game. It still has some things to improve on, but it's one of those games that you play and it just immediately feels like the series is starting to come into its own, so I'm very much looking forward to seeing where they go from here. So at the end of the day, I'm going to give Ace Combat 4 Shattered Skies an 8.9. But what do you guys think? Those of you that have played the game, those of you learning about it for the first time through this video, let me know in the comments below. And if you guys enjoyed the video, feel free to leave a like, a comment, a subscription, anything to let me and the algorithm know that you did enjoy. It helps me out a lot, so I'd really appreciate it. And if you're interested in supporting the channel financially, consider checking out becoming a channel member or a patron. They start as low as $1 a month and can get you things like behind the scenes updates, early video access, and more. But if you can't afford to, don't worry about it. We've all been there, and your likes, comments, etc. already help out the videos plenty. And hey, if you enjoyed this video and you haven't seen them already, then you definitely enjoy the rest of my Ace Combat videos, or maybe even another series we recently started doing the exact same thing for the Metal Gear series. So if you're interested, I'll have both of those linked right here on screen. So after Ace Combat 4, the franchise was set up for success. The game was not only the most critically acclaimed in the franchise, but it also outsold both Ace Combat 2 and 3. This might sound great, and that's because it is, but it also means that the pressure was on the Project Ace's team to make a worthy successor. And I know that for a lot of you in the comments and the live stream chats, this is your personal favorite in the franchise, so again, my expectations were pretty high going into this one. So, was Ace Combat 5 the Unsung War ultimately an improvement over the prior title, or does it fall short? Well, let's talk about it. And before getting too far into the video, I should mention that this is the 5th in a series of videos where I'm playing every Ace Combat game for the first time and reviewing them as I go along. And while you don't have to have seen the rest of the videos in order to enjoy this one, you'll be missing a lot of important context about my journey with the series if you haven't seen them, so I'll have the full playlist linked in the description below for those of you that want to go check those out first. But with that out of the way, Ace Combat 5 The Unsung War is a combat flight simulation game developed and published by Namco for the PlayStation 2 in 2004. In AC5, we play as Blaze, a pilot fighting in a war between the fictional countries of Osea and Yuktobania. And the Project Ace's team had 3 major focuses during this game's development. The first 2 were both based on the visuals of the game, with them wanting to create environments that were on par with computer gaming graphics of the time, as well as working with various aircraft manufacturers to allow their art team to go and examine the planes in person before creating their in-game counterparts. The third main focus of this game's development was the desire for a more personal and character-driven story than what was seen in Ace Combat 4, but we'll come back around to that later in the video. But for now, let's focus in on that visual presentation and get that out of the way. To start, the UI is mostly the same as in AC4, although the briefings are slightly better. They still don't have that level of detail that the first couple games did, allowing you to see the skill level and the exact aircraft of individual enemies, but at this point, it seems like the franchise just isn't going to bring that back, so I might as well stop mentioning it. The briefings do at least allow you to pan around and zoom in on specific sections of the briefing, so it does improve upon AC4's briefings, even if it is the tiniest of improvements. That being said, unfortunately, the in-game HUD doesn't fare as well. Those of you that saw the Ace Combat 4 video already know, but I had very high praise of the first-person HUD in that game for how it conveys so much information with minimal clutter or visual disruption. Ace Combat 5 essentially uses the same HUD blueprint, but every element of the HUD has been made a little larger than it was in that game, as well as some new things being added like these friendly indicators that occasionally add in some clutter that wasn't present before. At the end of the day, it's not something that detracts from the game all that much, but it is a slight downgrade from the previous game, and I generally like to bring things like that up. Aside from that though, the visuals have been mostly upgraded from AC4, but it's very subtle. The textures along the terrain have been improved and seem to be in a higher compressed resolution than in the previous game, and of course, the plane models look considerably better as well. You can really see how much work the art team put into making these look better than anything else on the market at the time, and obviously having the developers go to see the aircraft in person during the research stages went a long way in helping the team reach that goal. Along with that, Ace Combat 5 adds some really high quality mid-mission cutscenes into the mix, and they look pretty great. Cutscenes like this really allow them to sell more important story moments to players during the missions, and allows them to throw even more of those mid-mission curveballs at the player like they started to do with the fourth entry. And of course, we have to wrap up the presentation section with the music. Compared to Ace Combat 4's more diverse soundtrack, the majority of AC5 sticks to a very orchestral style with some rock music being mixed in here and there. That being said, it's still very good orchestral music and it fits the gameplay incredibly well. I just personally don't enjoy listening to the soundtrack on its own as much as I do listening to 4's. But take a listen and see what you think. But getting into the gameplay talk, I've come to realize through my time with these games that the controls can be one of, if not the most important component of Ace Combat's gameplay. And thankfully here, the controls feel nearly identical to Ace Combat 4, which, as I said in that video, had the best controls in the franchise by far. And honestly, while I'm sure there are differences between the two controls-wise, I didn't really feel any. People who have played both 4 and 5 extensively could probably tell you the really subtle differences between the two, but for myself and for other more casual fans, the two feel almost identical, so I'll leave that to the more experienced fans to discuss in the comments. Another thing that I discovered very early on is that for the first time in the franchise, colliding with other aircraft will actually kill you now. And when I say that I discovered it very early on, it took exactly 3 minutes and 54 seconds of playtime for my squad mate to fly into me from behind and kill me. Now that might make it sound like this is a common problem, but this is the only time I ever had a squad mate crash into me mid-air. Not that I never crashed into other planes throughout the game. Aside from that fairly small change though, the gameplay in general is pretty much exactly like Ace Combat 4. Which, in case you haven't noticed the pattern yet, is a very common theme for this video. There are a lot of things that make AC5 feel like its own unique experience from 4, and we'll be talking a lot about that, but most of those changes come from things like the systems and the campaign structure rather than the core gameplay. So with that in mind, let's talk about the campaign a bit more. Much like the AC4 campaign, all missions in this game are played in a set linear order from beginning to end, but this game is much longer than 4 was. Ace Combat 5 had the longest development cycle of any of the Ace Combat games so far, and some of that time clearly went into adding a lot more content to the game. AC5's campaign has 28 missions compared to AC4's 18, but lengthwise, it's about twice as long of a game as 4 is, at least in my personal experience. And normally, having this many missions would seriously run the risk of the gameplay getting stale by the end of the campaign, but the mission variety here is probably the best in the series. Not only did the team think of a bunch of completely new objectives and gimmicks, such as having you eliminate a nerve gas attack with chemical bombs, or a coordinated stealth strike on an enemy base, requiring you to sync up your missile strikes with the rest of the team in order to avoid enemies alerting the base via radio, but along with this, they also built upon the idea that some of Ace Combat 4's missions played with, having mission objectives completely change on the fly as you move through them, rather than just doing what the original trilogy did and sending you in to complete one specific task. So not only does this game have the most variety in terms of mission objectives, but it's also constantly changing those objectives and redirecting you, ensuring that you're never doing the same thing for more than 5 or 10 minutes at a time. Along with this, Ace Combat 5 introduces mid-flight briefings to the series, which are an interesting addition. Sometimes when you're changing objectives, the gameplay will pause wherever you are to give you an entirely new briefing explaining what you're meant to do. At first, I wasn't much of a fan of these since I felt like you could just give the player all of that information by speaking to them while they're playing the game, but some of these objectives are fairly complicated and need some sort of visual explanation to make sense for first-time players, and obviously trying to pay attention to these while playing the game would be a disaster, so it's somewhat of a necessary evil. Now, some of you might think, wow, so these missions are just as long if not longer than in Ace Combat 4. Thankfully, they added that mid-mission resupply mechanic to balance out how long the missions take. And those of you familiar with the game will know where this is going, but for whatever reason, this feature was actually removed from Ace Combat 5. This led to me running out of missiles and being stuck with just my machine guns more than any other game in the franchise up to this point. And this is a really mixed bag of a change for me because on one hand, I really enjoyed the balance between time and efficiency that this brought to the game, but on the other, I can respect that the developers might have wanted you to use your missiles much more thoughtfully than you have in previous games, hence the removal of it. That being said though, machine guns got another massive buff from AC4 here. Not only did the change from 4 carry over where the machine gun indicator is much more accurate than in the PS1 trilogy, but in AC5, they actually got a massive damage increase. Machine guns absolutely shred through ground targets and enemy aircraft alike in this game, and as if that wasn't enough, you now have infinite machine gun ammo, meaning that you're free to fire these things off as much as you please with no hesitation. So again, I think that the removal of the mid-mission resupply and the buff to the machine guns are both meant to make you use your missiles much more carefully and thoughtfully throughout your missions. And even though I might personally prefer blasting things with my missiles rather than my machine guns, I can really respect the developers wanting to move in that direction, and if that was their intent, I can recognize that they absolutely nailed it. And these ammo economy changes definitely factor into this game being more difficult than previous games. The Ace Combat games have fluctuated in difficulty a lot throughout the run of the series up to this point, and honestly, I would say that Ace Combat 5 is the most difficult game since the original, which for the record, I still find Air Combat to be the hardest game in the series even after playing this one. I always do my first playthrough for these videos on the normal difficulty, and this is the only game since the first to actually give me a hard time on some missions. Obviously with this, I can't speak to the highest difficulty for every single one of these games yet, but as far as these initial normal difficulty playthroughs go, this is definitely the runner-up for most difficult in the franchise so far. But getting back to campaign structure stuff, purchasing various aircraft that you unlock as you progress has returned once again, but with some interesting differences that are worth noting. The first, and most noteworthy in my opinion, is that you can now purchase multiple of each individual plane, since you'll have to select your own plane for each mission, as well as assign your squad mates to one. So if you want to have multiple members of your squad piloting an F-15, you're gonna have to buy 2 or 3 F-15s rather than just the one. And this adds a really interesting dynamic to the game because you can set up your squad to be fully geared for air-to-air combat, air-to-ground combat, or a combination of the two if you just want to play it safe. Along with this, they've also changed how you unlock new aircraft to purchase. As you progress through the game, you'll unlock new planes to purchase like you have in previous games, but there are also these small unlock trees tied to each one of them. By using a plane, you can slowly gain experience for it, and once that XP bar is filled, you'll unlock the next plane on that tree. And the developers even tutorialized this for players, locking you into using just the starter plane for the first 4 missions, ensuring that you'll unlock the second jet on its tree before they actually open up more to purchase. This is an incredibly interesting change because it makes it so that you can't unlock every single jet in a single playthrough and gives the player more of a reason to replay the game, as well as to use and get comfortable with various different aircraft to be able to see and collect all of them. And interestingly, purchasing different special weapons for these planes has been removed here. And while I appreciated the extra customization that it added in the previous game, I also see the value in having a set special weapon for each individual jet, giving each of them a more distinct role in the sandbox and specific reason to be chosen for a mission. Now, rather than a plane that specializes in air-to-ground combat simply getting a faster missile lock on ground targets, they'll also get things like bombs or long-range air-to-ground missiles, which would obviously be a lot better for some missions than long-range air-to-air missiles. So again, while I really enjoyed having that customization to choose for myself, I also respect having each jet have a very unique role within the game, and I think that this ultimately adds a very interesting dynamic to selecting what aircraft you use for each mission. But something that really surprised me about Ace Combat 5's campaign was just how much of a focus there was on the player character's relationship with their squad mates. There's a ton of dialogue with your squad mates during missions, and they've even added a little feature where you can respond to questions of theirs using the D-pad. And something that longtime fans will be very happy about is that this game brings back Edge, one of the 2 available wingmen from Ace Combat 2, as a primary member of your squad. Although with this addition, it seems like they might have completely retconned AC2 from the timeline, as during the events of AC2 in the late 90s, Edge is actually an ace pilot, but here in this game that takes place in 2010, she's a rookie. Not really important, but just something I thought I'd point out. That being said though, some missions are insanely dialogue heavy to the point where they hold back the gameplay a bit. There are frequent moments where you'll spend a full minute or two just flying idly and listening to dialogue, and if these sections are placed at the beginning of a mission, you better hope you don't have to retry it many times. There was one mission that took me a good 5 or 6 tries during my playthrough that had 2.5 minutes of dialogue at the beginning before you actually started playing. Meaning that I spent about 15 minutes of my playthrough just listening to dialogue I had already heard in order to retry a mission. But as much as that takes away from the gameplay experience, I should also mention that this game has my personal favorite story in the series so far. As I mentioned earlier, AC5 tells the story of the player character Blaze and his squad during the events of a war between the fictional nations of Osea and Yuktibania. At the beginning of the game, Blaze and his squad are getting flight training from their captain when an enemy spy plane appears, and the spy plane, when we go to check it out, calls in escort fighters, leading to a sudden dogfight that would act as the first spark to the war between the 2 nations. So not only do we get to see the very beginning of the war, but we also start out as trainees, barely qualified to be in a combat situation in the first place. And with that, we get a really nice progression with our squad throughout the campaign, going from those trainees in the beginning of the game to the President's personal air fleet that strikes fear into the enemy forces on sight by the end of it. And on top of that, there's a lot of political intrigue as well, with it slowly coming to light that both Osea and Yuktibania are being manipulated into fighting one another by the country of Belka. Belka lost a war to both of these nations years prior and not only wants revenge, but also happens to be the one providing weapons to both sides, meaning they profit a good deal from the fighting as well. There are Belkan spies in the ranks of both nations, high-ranking officials who are fully in the pockets of the Belkans, and a lot of surprises that come from a story like this. One of which is the discovery that both Osea and Yuktibania have an ace squadron of Belkan pilots who infiltrated the ranks, whom we fight with many times in the latter half of the campaign. My favorite encounter with these guys is one in a mission where you can't fly above the walls of a ravine due to enemy radar and SAM sites, but suddenly some of the Belkan aces appear and start dogfighting you within the canyon. Up to this point in the series, these ravine missions have only ever focused on navigation, maybe having some AA guns or helicopters to blast along the way, but nothing beyond that. So having a full-blown dogfight inside of one is incredibly intense, even if you've played through all the games up to this point. And the end of the story is packed with set pieces like this in general, with the final assault against the Belkans being focused on destroying the control center for a satellite weapon they have in orbit. It might sound simple enough, but the control center is deep underground, and while it would make more sense to send ground forces in, this is an Ace Combat game. So of course, we have to send fighter jets deep into these underground tunnels to destroy it. So we go in through these very narrow tunnels, blow it up, and on the way back out, they even start closing the shutters on you, forcing you to fly at high speeds while navigating them again, which forced me into coming a little closer than I would like to crashing. And for the final mission, we get a final dogfight with all of the remaining Belkan aces, quickly followed up by needing to shoot the previously mentioned satellite weapon out of the sky as it started falling from orbit towards a nearby city after we destroyed the controls. While the campaign certainly has its issues in this game, the story and the set pieces are easily the best in the franchise so far, and it makes me really excited to see how they build off of this in the next few titles. Overall, I really enjoyed Ace Combat 5, but there were definitely some decisions made during development that held it back. I really enjoyed the pace of the gameplay, the length of the campaign, the story, and the mission variety, but it feels like for every step forward that AC5 takes, it also took a step back. The heavy focus on the dialogue and the cinematic storytelling is great for a first playthrough, but when you get stuck on a mission, it can get pretty infuriating, and I could definitely see it being annoying on repeat playthroughs as well. And it's worth mentioning here at the end that the game also features an arcade mode, which is essentially made up of a smaller campaign of much smaller missions of Mobius 1 from Ace Combat 4, cleaning up the remnants of the Erusian forces after the events of that game. It's still a damn good game with a lot of things to offer, but I'd be lying if I told you that I preferred it over the previous game. So at the end of the day, I'm going to give Ace Combat 5 The Unsung War an 8.4. But what do you guys think? Those of you that have played the game, those of you learning about it for the first time through this video, let me know in the comments below. And if you guys enjoyed the video, feel free to leave a like, a comment, a subscription, anything to let me and the algorithm know that you did enjoy. It helps me out a lot, so I'd really appreciate it. And if you weren't aware before, I do live stream on the channel every single day, and recently we've been doing some fun challenge runs, like me trying to complete all the Ace Combat games on the hardest difficulty, or even more challenging, I've been trying to get every single S rank on every single difficulty of the Devil May Cry games, so feel free to stop by sometime and say hi. We have a really friendly community, and you can just come and hang out and talk games for a bit. It's a good time. And hey, if you enjoyed this video and you haven't seen them already, then you definitely enjoy the rest of my Ace Combat videos, or maybe even another series we recently started doing the exact same thing for the Metal Gear games. So if you're interested, I'll have both of those linked right here on screen. By the mid-2000s, the Ace Combat franchise was riding high. Namco had released 5 numbered games in the span of 9 years, and sales and critical reception alike had been great for every single one, aside from the international release of Ace Combat 3. So with a new successful franchise under their belt, Namco did what just about all publishers did in the mid-2000s. Licensed the name out to an external studio to make a handheld spin-off. They ended up giving the license for the game to Humansoft, a studio based out of Hungary that was well known for porting well-established franchises onto devices like the Game Boy and the DS. And I'm particularly interested in this game since it's one of the least discussed titles, if not the least discussed one out of the entire franchise. So, is Ace Combat Advance a game that deserves to be remembered, or is it just another haphazardly thrown together Game Boy spin-off worth leaving in the past? Well, let's talk about it. And before getting too far into the video, I should mention that this is the 6th in a series of videos where I'm playing every Ace Combat game for the first time and reviewing them as I go along. And while you don't have to have seen the rest of the videos in order to enjoy this one, you'll be missing a lot of important context about my journey with the series if you haven't seen them. So I'll have the full playlist linked in the description below for those of you that want to go check those out first. But with that out of the way, Ace Combat Advance is a handheld spin-off of the Ace Combat series developed by Humansoft and published by Namco for the Game Boy Advance in 2005. And I know that some of you who have been keeping up with the series are probably confused about why I'm covering this game before wrapping up the PS2 trilogy with Ace Combat Zero, but I always do these series in release order, so here we are. Anyway, Ace Combat Advance takes place in the year 2032, placing it closer to Ace Combat 3 than any other game in the series chronologically. In the year 2032, large corporations have already replaced world governments and become economic superpowers, with one of these corporations being General Resource Limited from Ace Combat 3. General Resource has been using their state-of-the-art military equipment to destroy anybody who could potentially pose a threat to their economic and political strength, so an unnamed international military is created to fight back. We play as an unnamed ace pilot for this military and are tasked with destroying General Resource's military resources in order to reduce their power. And as far as the story goes, that's about it, with Humansoft opting for the give them a basic baseline and just let them blow shit up approach of the early PS1 titles. So with that already out of the way, let's get on to the rest of the game. To my surprise, the gameplay here completely ditches the 3D flight that the series is known for, and instead opts for more of a top-down shooter approach. Honestly, this makes a lot of sense considering how difficult it was to create a 3D game on the Game Boy, but it still caught me off guard nonetheless. And thanks to this perspective change, Ace Combat Advance plays like a game from an entirely different series. In Ace Combat Advance, the left and the right buttons of the D-pad will rotate your plane left or right, but the up and down buttons probably don't work the way that you would expect. By holding up on the D-pad, your plane will actually take a nosedive and start flying very close to the ground, allowing you to either dodge missiles or get close enough to ground targets to actually hit them with your machine guns. And by pressing down on the D-pad, you'll swap between your standard missiles and whatever special weapon you've chosen to bring with you for that mission. And with this new control scheme, the game has a completely unique type of gameplay compared to the others in the series. When it comes to air-to-air combat, you can hold the A button to fire your machine guns, and these will fire out in a straight line towards wherever your plane is facing. And by pressing B, you can fire either your standard missiles or your special weapon depending on which one you have equipped at that time. What I found interesting though is that for air-to-air combat, unless you have a jet with special air-to-air missiles, machine guns are actually the easier option for shooting down planes. It takes a whole 3 missiles to shoot an enemy plane down in this game, and since the machine guns shoot in a straight line and have pretty good damage, they generally end up being the better option of the two. That being said, I finally realized during the last couple missions of the game that there was nothing stopping me from using both at the same time, allowing me to shoot down enemy planes incredibly quickly. But firing at ground targets feels a little weird here. Since there's no lock-on mechanic present in AC Advance, you have to use that nosedive mechanic I mentioned before to be able to shoot at ground targets. That, or you could just use air-to-ground missiles or bombs to shoot at them from any height. So because of this, I ended up using planes equipped with these sorts of special weapons for almost the entire game because it's so much easier to just use one button press rather than nosedive, aim, and shoot. And speaking of selecting planes, let's talk a little about the progression of the game. To earn new aircraft in this game, you simply complete certain missions in the campaign just like in Ace Combat 3, but all the best jets in the game are earned through completing optional secondary objectives in these missions. Along with this, the feature from Ace Combat 4 allowing you to select whatever special weapon you want to bring returns in this game, but with a slight difference. Rather than being able to purchase 1 or 2 different special weapons for each plane, each jet here just has a set selection of special weapons to choose from. Something else that you'll notice if you play the game for yourself is that the early game jets have way less options when it comes to special weapons, and the late game jets often have all of them available. And something that's particularly interesting is how they've brought over the air-to-air and air-to-ground stats from the console games. Typically in the Ace Combat series, these stats affect your lock-on speed against these respective targets, but there is no lock-on in Ace Combat Advance. So instead, they've made it so that these stats affect your carrying capacity of certain types of special weapons. So if you're flying a plane with a higher air-to-ground stat, you'll be able to carry more bombs and vice versa. This makes it so that even though some planes can be equipped with enhanced air-to-air missiles, they might have a low air-to-air stat, leading you to only be able to carry 10 or so missiles anyway, meaning you're probably better off choosing a different jet for that mission. However, this is almost immediately made redundant by the addition of a manual resupply mechanic. By pressing the select button, you can call in a resupply and repair plane at any time during the mission, and then simply go to the meeting point to completely refill your health and ammo. These resupplies don't have any sort of limit placed on them, so you effectively have infinite health and ammo in this game as long as you learn how to manage the feature properly. But of course, it is slightly balanced by the mission structure itself. Much like the PS2 games, Ace Combat Advance has a campaign that is played in one linear order rather than using branching paths or decision points. Also carried over is the mission timer that Ace Combat 4 and 5 employed, but these timers are much more strict than their PS2 counterparts. The average mission timer here is 4 to 5 minutes long, with the longest in the entire game being 8 minutes. This leads to players needing to rush through their objectives faster than in any other Ace Combat game up to this point, and honestly, I'm a really big fan of this. The timer has always been there, whether it's a literal timer or a fuel gauge, but it's always been so generous to the point that it's not really a concern. Here in AC Advance though, I need to make sure that I'm quickly moving through my objectives, figuring out what targets I need to eliminate and which ones I can afford to leave alive, and ultimately I failed more missions to not doing them quickly enough than I did to getting shot down in this game. And to add to that, these mission timers also make it much more difficult to try to squeeze in those secondary objectives to unlock additional aircraft like I mentioned earlier. It's surprisingly good stuff and made me realize that I might actually like to see the mission timers made a little more strict in the PS2 games. And in general, the high speed and pace of Ace Combat Advance shocked me. When I think back to the Game Boy days of my childhood, I remember games that were fun, but that were pretty primitive for the time. But playing this game, I was completely caught off guard by just how fast and hectic the gameplay actually was. You can even move, use your afterburners, and fire at enemies all while getting resupplied, meaning that even during what you would expect to be some of the slowest moments of the game, the pace of the gameplay is unrelenting. The only thing that slows the pace of the gameplay down is the new limit that's been placed on your afterburners. For whatever reason, your afterburners are now limited by this pseudo fuel gauge that regenerates over time when they aren't being used. It's interesting to me that they decided to put a limit on the player's speed, especially when everything else in the game only pushes players into a more speed-centric playstyle. It's just really bizarre since it's the only mechanic in the game that clashes with its core design so directly. The other large flaw that I feel Ace Combat Advance has is its lack of mission variety. The game only has 12 missions, and the vast majority of them involve simply destroying ground targets until your objective is complete. And as I mentioned earlier, I would always use air-to-ground missiles or bombs whenever I had a lot of ground targets to deal with, so there were only like 2 missions out of the whole game that I didn't use them on. And even in the last mission, the final boss of the game is A, optional, and B, just an extra large plane that has a massive health bar that I still burned through within like 2 sweeps of shooting at it. All things considered, the gameplay was really weird to get used to here coming off of the rest of the series, but once it clicks, it's actually really fun. It doesn't have anywhere near the depth that the rest of the franchise does, but the pure fun factor is definitely there. And I haven't said it yet, but the sprite work in this game is also quite good. Some Game Boy titles are really pleasant to look at, and some not so much. But thankfully, AC Advance is pretty easy on the eyes. I think its big weakness visually is probably the backgrounds, but all the plane and ground target sprites actually look quite good in my opinion. Overall, Ace Combat Advance is a weird game to judge. It's a really fun game to play for short sessions as a little distraction, and it doesn't outstay its welcome either, taking me a little less than 2 hours to complete, but when looking at it compared to the rest of the series, it's nothing like what the other games strive to be. Judged on its own merit as a Game Boy title, it's actually pretty damn good, but judged as an Ace Combat game, it's really hard to score. So before giving my score, I really want to emphasize that I don't think the game is bad by any means, but I do think that it fails to capture the spirit of the games that it's based on. While I feel like it's important to keep in mind that I am reviewing a handheld game and it has more limitations because of that, it's also important to remember that this is a licensed tie-in to an existing franchise, and so it needs to be reviewed and scored as an entry in that franchise. So at the end of the day, I'm going to give Ace Combat Advance a 5.6. But what do you guys think? Those of you that have played the game, those of you learning about it for the first time through this video, let me know in the comments below. And if you guys enjoyed the video, feel free to leave a like, a comment, a subscription, anything to let me and the algorithm know that you did enjoy. It helps me out a lot, so I'd really appreciate it. And if you're interested in supporting the channel financially, consider checking out becoming a channel member or a patron. They start as low as $1 a month and can get you things like behind the scenes updates, early video access, and more. But if you can't afford to, don't worry about it. We've all been there, and your likes, comments, etc. already help out the videos plenty. And hey, if you enjoyed this video and you haven't seen them already, then you definitely enjoy the rest of my Ace Combat videos, or maybe even another series we recently started doing the exact same thing for the Metal Gear franchise. So if you're interested, I'll have both of those linked right here on screen. In Ace Combat 5, the Project Aces team dropped a lot of massive hints about the lore of their world, and one country was repeatedly at the center of it all. A fictional nation by the name of Belka. A country like this with so many ancient conflicts, long-held grudges against other nations, and long-running conspiracies must have some sort of story to tell. So for the next installment of the Ace Combat franchise, Project Aces decided to create a prequel to the entire Strange Real timeline up to this point, and thus, Ace Combat Zero: The Belkan War was born. It's about damn time that I got around to playing this one, and for a lot of longtime Ace Combat fans, this is held as one of, if not the single greatest game in the entire series. So, does Ace Combat Zero: The Belkan War live up to all the hype, or is it simply nostalgia from fans who have been playing these games for decades? Well, let's talk about it. And before getting too far into the video, I should mention that this is the 7th in a series of videos where I'm playing every Ace Combat game for the first time and reviewing them as I go along. And while you don't have to have seen the rest of the videos in order to enjoy this one, you will be missing a lot of important context about my journey with the series if you haven't seen them. So I'll have the full playlist linked in the description below for those of you that want to go check those out first. But with that out of the way, Ace Combat Zero: The Belkan War is a combat flight simulation game developed and published by Namco that was released on the PlayStation 2 in 2006. The story is set during the Belkan War in 1995, setting it 15 years before the events of Ace Combat 5. We play as a mercenary pilot that goes by the call sign Cypher, and in similar fashion to previous player characters in the Ace Combat games, we don't really know much about this guy other than the fact that he's originally from the fictional country of Ustio. And something that I wasn't expecting, but that I noticed immediately on picking up the game, is that the basic gameplay feels almost identical to AC5. And that's because, for all intents and purposes, this is Ace Combat 5. I had no idea before actually sitting down to play the game, but this game was actually developed by a side team within Project Aces while the main team was hard at work on Ace Combat 6. So to allow for more time to work on things like the campaign, the story, and the new mechanics, the team opted to use AC5 as a base, making this feel more like a standalone expansion to Ace Combat 5 than a full-blown sequel of its own. But thankfully, Ace Combat 5 had some really strong core gameplay, so I'm not really gonna complain. And one of the more interesting systems that the team added to the game appeared right away during my playthrough: the non-hostile target system. Throughout the game, there are some ground targets that will be marked on your radar, but will be considered non-hostile. Along with that, occasionally when you're dogfighting with enemy fighters, their plane will be disabled, converting them into a non-hostile target and giving you the option to either finish them off or just let them leave the combat area and live. And this might sound like a very minor addition, but it actually feeds into another new system that can entirely change the way you play through the game. This being the Ace Style system. This system exists to essentially measure out the player's actions over the course of their playthrough and distinguish them as a mercenary, a soldier, or a knight, respectively. If you go out of your way to destroy every non-hostile target and play in a generally merciless fashion, you'll end up on the mercenary end of the spectrum. If you spare all non-hostile targets and play honorably throughout your playthrough, you'll be put into the knight category. And if you adjust on the fly and do a little bit of both depending on your situation, you'll stay within the soldier section in the middle. And what style you fall within determines a fair amount of things in this game. Like what enemy aces you'll be able to find within missions, what new aircraft you'll unlock after completing certain missions, and even what paint jobs you can earn throughout the game as well. It's a system that you can entirely ignore if you want, but if you want to unlock everything in the game, you'll have to do a full playthrough while staying within each of these styles, giving players not just a reason to replay the game, but to take a different approach each time through. It's a really fun addition, and just for those of you that are wondering what I might have done, I stayed completely within the mercenary category because I just wanted to blow some shit up. And in terms of presentation, the visuals are a small step up from AC5's. The game largely looks the same, but I did notice that the plane models seem to have some better texture work up close compared to 5, and the lighting across the board in this game feels like a solid step up as well. But the largest improvement in presentation has to be the mid-mission cutscenes. These things have a level of style that the mid-mission scenes in previous games never did, and honestly, some of the most striking memories for me throughout this game come from them. It's not something that's easy to dig a whole lot into and talk to you about specifically, but to put it simply, these are so much more badass than they ever were in the previous games, and I loved them. And of course, everyone's favorite part of Ace Combat's presentation is always the music. Where the last couple entries leaned very heavily into a more heroic sounding orchestral style, Ace Combat Zero kind of takes that idea and flips it on its head. The soundtrack here is still very orchestral, but rather than sounding heroic, it sounds almost grungy. And that's when they stick to the orchestral music in the first place, with a lot of the soundtrack returning to the rock sounds of the first couple games. And of course, everyone who's played this game already knows, but I have to bring it up, the game also brings in a completely new element to the Ace Combat soundtracks: flamenco guitar. It's an incredibly varied soundtrack, and it's probably my personal favorite that the franchise has produced so far. I mean, just listen to how different all these tracks actually sound. And speaking of the music, the encounters with enemy aces feel particularly special in this game. Between the cutscenes introducing them, the epic music that plays specifically for them, and the fact that we get to know not only the name of what squadron we're going up against, but also see their emblems, it all just comes together to make these encounters feel so much more significant. They really shake up the pace of the missions when they appear now in a way that they never quite did before, and they also have a level of personality that the previous games never had for their ace pilots. So ultimately, I was a really big fan of these here. And speaking of missions, another thing that they did to shake things up a bit here was add some missions where you'd be able to choose your own objective. These are really interesting because regardless of what you choose, you'll load into the same map and battle as all the other options, but your specific role within that battle will be different. The idea does feel a little undercooked here, with the 3 options available to you every time essentially boiling down to choosing between an air-to-ground mission, an air-to-air mission, or one that has a combination of the two. It's also very likely that the idea was applied in this specific fashion to save on development time, making it so that developers don't need to make extra maps for the other options. But it does have a certain charm of its own this way, and I would be lying if I said that I didn't enjoy it. And while we're still on the topic of missions, the timers are incredibly lenient here. This was especially noticeable after having just played Ace Combat Advance, which had the strictest timers seen in the franchise so far, and especially with me having actually enjoyed the strict time limits imposed by that game, as I felt that it actually forced me into improving my gameplay in a way that the timers in the console Ace Combat games never had before. But here in Zero, I found that I rarely even needed half the time provided to complete these missions, and some missions even gave as long as 30 minutes to complete your objective, which is definitely exceedingly forgiving. With time limits this long, there really isn't much reason to have a time limit at all, so I would definitely like to see the time allowance reduced in future titles. But in terms of returning systems that have improved, unlockable skins for your jets are handled much better here than they have been in the past. Unlockable plane skins have been present since Ace Combat 4, but they've always been locked into being bonuses for your second playthrough and on. But here in Zero, you can actually start earning these right away. In AC4 and 5, you could unlock some of the signature plane skins just by shooting down Ace pilots, but the game would only ever spawn these pilots when playing on New Game Plus. But here in Zero, you can start finding these guys in missions immediately. As well as that, I mentioned it earlier, but when you complete the game with a certain Ace style, you'll unlock a universal skin that can be applied to every single aircraft in the game. So for example, when I completed my playthrough, I unlocked the Mercenary skin for all jets. So not only can you start earning them earlier, but to earn them all, it will take a minimum of 3 playthroughs, meaning there's a lot more to work towards after simply completing the game front to back for those that want to continue playing. You can even unlock the custom paint jobs that your wingmen have, which brings us to a strange downgrade from 5 to 0. While you do have a wingman for the entire game, it's been brought down from a full squad like in 5 to just a single partner in 0. But that's not the downgrade here. Unlike AC5, you can't choose what plane your wingman is going to fly for each mission. I'm not really sure why they would have removed this, as the only reason I can really think of is just to have that distinct paint job that's unique to the character, but I'm not sure if that necessarily justifies the change. I really enjoyed equipping not just my own character, but all of my allies with the right plane for each mission, so it was disappointing to see that removed here. And the wingmen bring me around to one of the more interesting topics for this video, Ace Combat Zero's story. Something that was really unexpected after how story-oriented AC5 was that the story is practically non-existent for the entire first act of the game. I mean seriously, outside of the intro cutscene, there's essentially no world building or character development whatsoever for the entire first third of the game. It felt like whiplash with how important the story has been since Ace Combat 3, but the first act of this game essentially feels like you're playing Air Combat or AC2 again, with the intro cutscene giving you the basic setup and then just letting you run with it for a few missions with nothing thrown in afterwards. But getting into the second act, not only does the story start to become more of a focus, but one of my favorite abandoned mechanics makes a return. In some select missions of Ace Combat 0, the manual resupply mechanic from Ace Combat 4 is available, and you can fly back to base to top up on ammo just like in that game. These missions were rare, and it definitely felt like it was there only when it would otherwise be completely unfair to not have any form of resupplying, but I'm happy to see it return nonetheless. And as a side note, it doesn't feel like running out of missiles was anywhere near as common as in AC5. I'm not sure if that's because there are less targets, or if jets are loaded up with more missiles than in that game, but it definitely felt a lot less common here. And at about the halfway point of the game, I was starting to question why this game was held in such high regard by the community. I mean, sure, it was good, but it wasn't doing anything that necessarily stood out to me compared to the last few games. But just when things started to seem really boring, a goddamn laser cannon from the sky. We need to immediately flee the combat area and get back to base so that command can figure out how we're going to approach the presence of a giant laser cannon going forward. At least that's what I thought would happen until we got sent in to destroy the thing the very next mission. This is definitely a symptom of the game being handled by a smaller team on a smaller budget, something that you'll likely notice is becoming a bit of a pattern in this video, but this thing doesn't have anywhere near the intimidation factor of previous Ace Combat super weapons because of the game's poor pacing here. In AC4, we evade Stonehenge multiple times before finally taking it down. We're also told about Megalith numerous times, with it first being mentioned in the opening cutscene of the game before we finally get to destroy it for the finale. But here, the weapon gets introduced, and within 5 minutes, we're already in the process of destroying it. That being said, it's still fairly epic to destroy a giant laser cannon, but it definitely could have been built up a lot better to increase the suspense of it, and it's not the case of the team not understanding how to do that, as they've done it amazingly in previous games. And while we're starting to get into the story a bit, Project Aces actually took a really interesting approach with how they framed Zero's story. They decided to tell this story to us in the form of a network television documentary, even using live action footage for most of their cutscenes to really sell it. And as cool as this is, the acting in these cutscenes is, well, it's something alright.
B7R, an essential area that we couldn't allow to be violated. That day when I heard the order from HQ for reinforcements, I became angry.
And because of this approach to the storytelling, it leads to a story that's really great for lore and world building, but not all that great for characters. There's only one character in this game who even feels remotely like a real person, and that's our wingman Solo Wing Pixie. Like our character, he's a mercenary from Ustio who's fighting for the Allied forces purely for money. But there's an instance halfway through the game that makes him seriously reconsider his values. We're fighting in a battle much like those we've been taking part in throughout the entire game, but in an act of defiance against the Allied forces, Belka detonates 7 nuclear weapons throughout their own nation to stop our advance. This ends up taking the lives of over 12,000 civilians and makes Solo Wing seriously question his own actions up to this point. And so, he simply says goodbye to us and flies off to who knows where. This, in my opinion, is the only meaningful moment of character writing in the entire game, and it's something that we'll circle back to in a little bit. At about this point in the campaign, I caught something really interesting. Ace Combat Zero has a couple of missions in its campaign that reuse maps from AC5, something that was surely done to save on development time, as well as tie the events of this game into that existing story. But it's particularly interesting to mention here because while only having a couple reused missions might sound like nothing, AC Zero's campaign is only 18 missions long to begin with, so a little over 10% of the game's maps are reused from the previous game. There's also one new map that they made for Ace Combat Zero that gets used for 3 separate missions, which is even more significant with almost 20% of the game's runtime taking place on a single map. Though, said map is important to the story, so it's not something to harp on too much, just something I thought I'd add to the discussion. But for all of the various issues that Zero's campaign has, if nothing else, it does offer some more of that sweet Belkan superweapon action. I already mentioned the giant laser cannon, but there's also this huge flying fortress that feels shockingly similar to the final boss from Air Combat. And maybe there's even one more that I'll talk about in just a bit. Ever since the original game, these superweapons have always been some of the standout moments from every single entry, and while I think that 5 still does have more superweapons than Zero, I would say that Zero's superweapons are the most visually interesting in the series so far. But strangely, the majority of these weapons aren't actually used by the Belkan military, and are instead used by a renegade group of former Belkan military that goes by A World with No Boundaries. This group suddenly forms after the main Belkan force surrenders at the end of the campaign's second act, and starts its own war with the Allied forces to eliminate all foreign nations in the world, this making up the third act of the game. They believe that if Belka is the only country on the planet, then war would completely cease to exist, and they managed to pull together some of the best fighters from all the countries involved in the Belkan War for their efforts. But even with those super weapons making a return, Ace Combat Zero is probably one of the easiest games in the franchise so far. I rarely got shot down during my playthrough, and beyond that, I got an S rank on almost every single mission on the first attempt. Now again, I do these reviews while playing on normal difficulty, so I can't speak to any of the higher ones just yet, but when comparing these games on normal, this is probably the second easiest of the franchise, only being beaten out by AC2. Except for one thing. Everything I just said about the difficulty is true, but only for the first 15 missions of the game. The last 3 missions are a difficulty spike the likes of which I haven't seen from a game in a long time. Completely out of nowhere, the game goes from I've been shot down once during my entire campaign to a 1v8 dogfight against the toughest aces the developers had to offer, leading to me getting shot down 6 times on one single combat encounter. The subsequent missions aren't quite as tough as this one, but I did crash or get shot down at least once per mission past this point, which is still a considerable step up from the rest of the campaign. After surviving that dogfight, we need to go destroy the enemy's anti-aircraft defenses, which are all tucked away in underground tunnels. So of course, because this is Ace Combat, we send a pilot underground instead of, ground troops, with us diving into, swerving through, and pulling back out of tunnels repeatedly until the entire defense system is wiped out. It's easily the craziest trench run style mission in the entire series so far, and I absolutely adored this one. And after this, we get the final fight of the game. Solo Wing Pixie arrives in a new super fighter with a laser cannon mounted on top of it, revealing that he left us to join a world with no boundaries, becoming their ace pilot. And so we start to fight with him, the two greatest pilots in the skies going back and forth launching missiles, firing machine guns, and laser beams, until we finally manage to shoot him down, ending the conflict and a world with no boundaries for good. Now, I'm just going to rip the band-aid off straight away. I think that the story in Ace Combat 0 is fine, but it just didn't have the effect on me that the stories of 3, 4, and 5 did. I personally enjoy my stories to be much more character-driven, and Zero's story is perfectly okay, but it's almost entirely based around lore and world building, so I personally didn't get a whole lot out of it. One good thing to come from it though is that unlike AC5, the story never intrudes on the actual gameplay, which will definitely make Zero much easier to replay over and over again. Overall, I really enjoyed Ace Combat 0, but I'd be lying to you if I said I enjoyed it more than the other PS2 entries. While the core gameplay is still incredibly strong, and replayability and music are probably at their all-time peak for the franchise, everything outside of that just feels like a step back. If this game had retained AC5's mission variety and storytelling along with its gameplay, it would probably stand as the peak for me, but looking at it as a total package, it just feels like the weakest of this trilogy. That being said though, being the weakest of the PS2 trilogy of Ace Combat is certainly far from being a bad game, and at the end of the day, I'm going to give Ace Combat 0 the Belkan War an 8.3. And with that, we're finally done with the holy trinity of Ace Combat. I hope you guys enjoyed, and thank you for stopping by for another video. The fact that you guys keep coming back really motivates me to continue on with the series and see it through to the end, so seriously, thank you for watching all the way through. If you guys are interested in supporting the channel financially, consider checking out becoming a channel member or a patron. It starts as low as $1 a month, has a ton of benefits tied to it, and it really goes a long way in helping me put as much time as possible into these videos, and I can't thank you guys enough. If you want to check out the other videos in the series, you can find them right here, and maybe even check out another series we've been doing recently here on the channel reviewing the Metal Gear games. But until next time, I'll see you guys right here for the next Ace Combat review. After attempting to cash in on the massive handheld gaming boom of the 2000s with Ace Combat Advance, Namco of course had to evaluate the game's performance and decide whether or not handheld games would be worth investing in the future. And when all was said and done, Ace Combat Advance sold about 100,000 copies worldwide, making it still to this day the worst performing AC game financially. And for whatever reason, Namco took a look at these figures and said, yeah, let's give it another go. And with the PlayStation Portable having just been released, there was never a better opportunity for them to give it another try, leading to the creation and eventual release of what would come to be known as Ace Combat X Skies of Deception. So does Ace Combat X manage to transfer the Ace Combat formula to handheld better than Ace Combat Advance, or is it just another haphazardly thrown together spin-off to cash in on the handheld gaming trend? Well, let's talk about it. And before getting too far into the video, I should mention that this is the 8th in a series of videos where I'm playing every Ace Combat game for the first time and reviewing them as I go along. And while you don't have to have seen the rest of the videos in order to enjoy this one, you will be missing a lot of important context about my journey with the series if you haven't seen them, so I'll have the full playlist linked in the description below for those of you that want to go check those out first. But with that out of the way, Ace Combat X Skies of Deception is a combat flight simulation game developed by Access Games and published by Namco for the PlayStation Portable in 2006. The game takes place in the near future year of 2020. Oh, Jesus Christ. During a conflict between the nations of Aurelia and Laysath. The military of Laysath has invaded the country of Aurelia, and we play as Griffiths 1, an ace pilot trying to retake the country and liberate our fellow citizens. And as we'll talk about throughout the video, there are numerous places in this game where compromises were made because of the hardware, but the first instance of this is actually really confusing. Something that you'll notice as soon as you start up the game is that the menus run at a very low frame rate, seeming to be capped somewhere around 15 or 20 frames per second. And while I initially assumed that it was because of the hardware of the PSP, I honestly can't imagine that it's difficult to get these simple 2D elements working at a smoother frame rate. And to make this even weirder, when you get into the gameplay itself, the frame rate cap actually increases to 30 FPS, so I really have no idea what the deal with the menus possibly could be. But getting into the gameplay, you'll notice that unlike Ace Combat Advance, Ace Combat X actually plays a lot like the home console games in the series. And by that, I mean that it plays almost exactly like the home console games. And it was super noticeable for me personally, with my favorite game in the series so far being Ace Combat 4, that the game actually plays almost identically to that game. And funnily enough, it turns out that that's because this is effectively Ace Combat 4 running on the PSP. Much like how Ace Combat 0 used Ace Combat 5 as a base, Ace Combat X uses Ace Combat 4 as a base. That being said though, AC4 ran at a locked 60 frames per second on the PS2, but like I mentioned just a minute ago, Ace Combat X is capped at 30 FPS, meaning that it feels a lot less smooth than AC4 did. And as for the rest of the presentation, the visuals are definitely scaled down from the PS2, much like you'd expect. You'll see a lot of assets from games like AC4 and AC5, but at a noticeably lower quality, and to be honest, it has this sort of low poly charm to it. As well as that, you'll notice that a lot of the extra particle effects and smaller elements that add a lot of weight and believability to the presentation are gone, giving it this almost floaty quality that's very reminiscent of the earlier games like Air Combat or AC2. While no one will argue that it looks better than the PS2 trilogy, it really doesn't look that bad, and especially for the PSP, it has a surprisingly strong overall image. The one aspect of the presentation that genuinely annoyed me though was the audio in this game. All of the sound files in this game are clearly heavily compressed, leading to this very crunchy, low quality sound from beginning to end.
Maintain your present course. Do you see the enemy formation on your radar? Read you loud and clear. We're coming up on the enemy from behind, just like we planned.
And I'm going to play this next clip without editing the audio whatsoever just to prove my point, so volume warning, you'll definitely want to turn down your volume a bit for this one, but God help you if a bomber manages to drop a payload near you.
Break it up!
But despite the generally low quality audio, the music seems to be much less compressed, and it's actually pretty good. With this game taking place in 2020, it's actually the closest game on the timeline to Ace Combat 3 aside from AC Advance, and while there are other things that feel reminiscent of AC3 in this game, which we'll come back to in a minute, the music is where I noted those similarities the most. The best way that I can describe the music in this game is if they took the general style of the PS2 trilogy's music and combined it with the more electronic sound of AC3's music. It takes that totally unique identity from AC3, but brings it to the forefront instead of letting it meander in the background like in that game, and it's some really good stuff. I mean, just take a listen and see if you can hear what I'm talking about. But getting more into the campaign itself, something that was a very pleasant surprise was the introduction of a super weapon at the end of the very first mission. This is Gleipnir, a massive flying fortress that has a shockwave cannon on it that will instantly destroy any aircraft caught in the blast. We get attacked by it, and while most of our squadron is wiped out, we manage to survive and escape, but we know from this point on that Lasath has this weapon under their belt, and it's a constant thought in the back of our mind from this point on. And talking more about the story itself, it mostly feels like Air Combat and Ace Combat 2, where there isn't much of a narrative outside of the missions themselves, and the story largely exists just to give you a reason to be taking on the missions that you are. There are, however, some extra cutscenes thrown in from time to time that involve the reporter from Ace Combat 5 covering the conflict between Aurelia and Lasath. The style of these cutscenes is also incredibly reminiscent of Ace Combat 4's cinematics, and even though they're largely unimportant, only making up about 10 minutes of the game's total runtime, they're perfectly fine for what they are, just don't go into Ace Combat X expecting some deep narrative experience. But speaking of unexpected returns from previous entries, there's the mission map returning from Air Combat. And with this map returning, we also get the addition of something that I brought up as a passing idea in the very first video of this series: meaningfully branching paths. Tackling certain missions before others will cause changes to be made to other parts of the map, potentially decreasing the difficulty of some later missions, but also potentially increasing the challenge if you ignore larger threats for too long. It's a really fun addition, and as much as I appreciate having one highly polished and curated experience, I would also really love it if this sort of thing could make an appearance in one of the future console games. And thankfully, one of my favorite changes from Ace Combat 0 also makes a return in this game. The enemy aces that you can take down to earn things like unique paint jobs for your jets can once again be found during your first playthrough here. I didn't personally end up finding very many of them during my playthrough, but I was really glad to see that this change was carried over, since if they brought it to even their spin-offs, it will likely carry forward into the mainline entries going forward. And these aces are difficult, as are a lot of the pilots in ACX, because this game has what is likely the best pilot AI in the franchise so far. Again, I should mention that I play on normal for these reviews, so I can't speak to the higher difficulties, but some of the pilots in this game on normal mode are as difficult as some of the aces from the PS2 trilogy's harder difficulties. They're much better at evading attacks and being more aggressive in this game than they have been in a very long time, and while I haven't gotten around to the higher difficulties just yet, I can definitely see this being a contender for the most difficult game in the series when playing on the ace mode. But for any Ace Combat fans that might not have played this game before, don't let that scare you away from giving this game a shot, because once you've adjusted to the lower frame rate, it genuinely feels like you're just playing an entry from the PS2 trilogy. It's basically just Ace Combat 4 with some extra planes and special weapons that were added in AC5, as well as various planes and weapons that feel straight out of Ace Combat 3. And that brings us to the most substantial addition to Ace Combat X's progression, and that's the customizable plane parts. With this new system, you're able to unlock and purchase individual parts such as new armor, new wings, different machine guns, etc., and combine them to put together custom builds for your planes that will drastically impact your stats. But there's an interesting catch with that, as this system is only available for the new AC3-esque planes. This way, they can keep the majority of the game's aircraft authentic to their real-life counterparts while letting players mess around with and customize the completely fictional planes. It's a ton of fun, and realism aside, I would honestly like to see this made available for all planes in future entries just to be able to really play around with it and see what you can do. And speaking of weapons, there's a very interesting change that was made to the machine guns of Ace Combat X. It took a while for me to even notice, but the machine guns in this game have a very subtle magnetism to them, making it so that as long as you're close enough to having your reticle on target, your shots are guaranteed to hit. I'm assuming that this was included to make the machine guns more usable on the PSP's controls, as anyone who's actually used a PSP before will know that the controls on them weren't all that great, and considering you still need to be really close to the target for this to kick in, I don't think it hurts the game's core design at all, but it is something interesting that I wanted to mention since it seems to come from the platform that the game was developed for. But getting back to talking about the campaign, remember that super weapon Gleipnir that I mentioned earlier? Well, I hope so, because it's a great example of something that Ace Combat X does exceptionally well, and that's the pacing. Gleipnir gets introduced to us at the end of the first mission, with us needing to just run away from it for the time being, until we get to encounter it later on in what was the fourth mission during my playthrough. This time, we actually get to fight Gleipnir, but after we destroy some of its weapons, it manages to get away from us. Then, even later, during what was the 8th mission of my playthrough, the enemy brings it out in desperation near the end of a battle, and this time, we managed to shoot it down for good. The designers of this game did an amazing job with knowing when to throw in those large cinematic moments, as well as knowing when to ease off the gas and throw a more standard mission at you, making it really easy to just play the game for hours at a time as those highs and lows are mixed in masterfully. Along with this, the mission variety is pretty great here. A lot of it is stuff that fans of the series will have seen before, but there's also some entirely new stuff that's really fun. My favorite example of this is a mission where we're going in to destroy some of the enemy's radar systems, but there's very strong jamming in the area, and the radar system is so well defended that we can't go anywhere near it while the defenses are still active. So when we get there, we first need to destroy the power facilities for these defenses, and because of the jamming, the only way that we can actually find these is by following the power lines that are running through the mountains, connecting them to the defenses themselves. And because of some choices that I made earlier in my campaign, when I played this mission, the enemy had their best ground troops stationed here, and they made a very active effort not just to shoot me down, but also to destroy the power lines around the map so that I couldn't use them to find the power stations. The game is full of creative new missions like this, and it's definitely one of the strengths of Ace Combat X in my opinion. But by the end of the second act of the campaign, we've managed to retake the capital of the country back from Laysath, effectively retaking the country from their occupation. However, it's then quickly revealed that the enemy has developed an entirely new type of fighter called Fenrir. And this fighter comes equipped with optical camouflage and some new experimental weapons, making it the final super weapon of the game. So throughout the third act of the game, we do what we can to weaken the enemy base where Fenrir is stationed, before attacking them and battling with a squadron of ace pilots in the Fenrir fighters in the final mission of the game. And these guys have to be one of the most difficult, if not the most difficult boss out of the entire Ace Combat series so far. The pilots are great at evading and holding aggression on the player, the optical camouflage makes it so that it takes a super long time to get a target lock for your missiles, and they fire these quick moving lightning orbs that will overheat and destroy your jet if you aren't moving quickly enough to stay ahead of them. This results in an incredibly intense dogfight where you have to move at near full speed constantly and try to line up the perfect missile shot while avoiding all of the other Fenrir fighters. It's really good stuff, and it's probably my personal favorite encounter from the series so far just because of how unique and challenging it is. But with that done, and the last remnants of Laysath's army destroyed, the game is over. So along with this, we also get a conclusion to the side story with the reporter from AC5, which is clearly one of the more rushed parts of this game. I haven't talked about this side plot much at all, and that's because it's really unimportant to the overall game. For absolute lore fiends, you'll get like 2 interesting details out of these extra cutscenes, but outside of that, they add nothing to the overall experience and are just generally uninteresting. The story that he goes through is essentially the opening cutscene where he's introduced to us as the reporter who's in the country to document the conflict. Then the next time we get to hear from him, he says that there might be some corruption among Laysath's higher command, and then at the end of the game, he's back and says there was in fact corruption among Laysath's higher demand. We don't really get anything in terms of how he found that out or the investigative process that he went through. He just kind of proposes the idea to the audience somewhere around the midpoint in the game, and then near the end, he just tells us that his hypothesis was right, but not really how he figured it out. It really feels like it was just thrown in at the last second, or at the very least, like it was meant to have a lot more depth to it and was just never given the required time or resources to be properly fleshed out. Overall, I like Ace Combat X. There's a lot of good stuff in here, and it's impressive how well they carried over the core gameplay of the PS2 entries to the PSP, but it's hard to say that this is any better than the games of that trilogy. It has some damn good gameplay and some really interesting new systems, but it's hard to shake the feeling that despite those new ideas, you're just playing a scaled back version of those games. The story, while barely present, also just feels very rushed and crammed in at the last second, which is really unfortunate because there were a lot of good ideas proposed in the story that just weren't able to be fleshed out for one reason or another. So at the end of the day, I'm going to give Ace Combat X Skies of Deception a 7.5. Hey guys, thanks for watching to the end of the video, and I hope you enjoyed this one. But don't click off the video just yet, because for those of you that do watch to the very end, I've got a special surprise for you. In the pinned comment of this video is going to be a poll for what games you would like to see covered on the channel after I finish reviewing the Ace Combat and Metal Gear franchises. This is a select all that apply kind of poll too, so rather than just picking the one franchise you would like to see covered, go through and just check the box next to anything that you would like to see me do a series on. We're still a long ways out from starting that new content, but I want to make sure that I get as many opinions as possible from those of you that support the videos the most, so we're starting nice and early. Aside from that, if you want to take your support of the channel a little further, consider checking out my Patreon page and becoming a part of the incredible group that makes this all possible. If you're looking for more Ace Combat reviews, you can check them out right here, and you might also enjoy the other series we've been doing reviewing the Metal Gear games. But once again, thank you for watching, and I'll hope to see all of you right back here next time on the next Ace Combat review. After the release of Ace Combat 5, the Project Aces team quickly got to work on making their new follow-up, but things would be a little extra interesting this time. Looking forward to the next generation of consoles that the game would inevitably release on, not only was the Xbox 360 seeming like it would be more powerful than the PlayStation 3 in terms of hardware, but it would also be releasing a year earlier. Seeing this, and according to one producer in an interview, feeling like fans had been waiting for a long time for a proper sequel, the team ultimately decided that the game would be released as an Xbox 360 exclusive. But because of Ace Combat's history as a PlayStation franchise, few fans even had an Xbox 360 to play the game on, leading to it becoming the worst-selling console game in the history of the franchise. Because of this, there are a ton of Ace Combat fans even today who have still never played this game, and it's definitely one of the least discussed entries in the franchise as well. So, is Ace Combat 6 Fires of Liberation a worthy successor to what came before, or is it a forgettable sequel that fans are better off leaving in the past? Well, let's talk about it. And before getting too far into the video, I should mention that this is the 9th in a series of videos where I'm playing every Ace Combat game for the first time and reviewing them as I go along. And while you don't have to have seen the rest of the videos in order to enjoy this one, you will be missing a lot of important context about my journey with the series if you haven't seen them. So I'll have the full playlist linked in the description below for those of you that want to go check those out first. But with that out of the way, Armored Core 6 Fires of Ace Combat 6 Fires of Liberation is an arcade-style combat flight simulation game developed by Project Aces and published by Namco Bandai Games for the Xbox 360 in 2007. And right when you start up the game, you'll notice how story-heavy it is, with the game immediately serving you with in-engine cutscenes, which are a first for the franchise. And while the Xbox 360 certainly had way more horsepower than any system Ace Combat had been on before, these cutscenes really aren't presented as well as the series' pre-rendered cutscenes of the past. The power to render higher fidelity visuals was there, but the character models in this game just feel kind of off. I mean, just look at these creepy-ass kids. But in this introduction, we're introduced to the country of Ameria and its culture the nation will end up fighting for in this game, before we see a mother sending her daughter off to a field trip for the day, just moments before the city is attacked by unknown enemy forces. This leads straight into the opening mission, where we step into the shoes of Ace Pilot Talisman to defend our city from this invasion. And with this opening, Project Aces is clearly flexing what they can do with the new hardware, with this being the largest scale battle in the entire franchise up to this point, and looking pretty damn good on top of that. In terms of visuals, this game can suffer from the typical 7th gen problem of having very dull colors, but a lot of the time it's a super pretty game overall, and the plane models here are genuinely beautiful. Like most of the Ace Combat games, if you compare this to other games that released the same year on the same hardware, you'll see that Ace Combat's overall picture looks leagues ahead of the rest, but now with the new generational jump, this also just looks light years ahead of any previous entries in the series. But as powerful as the Xbox 360 was for its time, it wasn't powerful enough to have these impressive visuals without any trade-offs. The big trade-off here is that the game is locked to 30 frames per second rather than the much smoother 60 FPS that was used in the PS2 trilogy. It's something that I was a little put off by, but much like I said in the Ace Combat X video, after you've played like 30 minutes, you start to not even notice it. But in this first mission, we get introduced to things like the new controls, with the bumpers and triggers being swapped so that the triggers are your afterburners and brakes, and the bumpers will now adjust your yaw. As well as that, we get introduced to our new wingman Shamrock, who in my opinion is one of the best the series has to offer, being up there with Chopper from AC5 and Pixie from Zero for me. And something that shocked me during my first few minutes with the game is just how powerful the weapons in this game are. Your missiles will one-shot most enemy aircraft and ground units in this game, and your machine guns will melt through planes in less than a second. This really gives Ace Combat 6 more of a power fantasy feel, but I'm not sure if I'm 100% on board with this. While it's really fun to shoot down other planes with a single missile, it can lead to the game feeling a bit like a mundane shooting gallery at times. It's definitely worse in some missions than others, which is something that we'll come back to in a bit, but it's certainly something that can lead to the game feeling a bit tedious to play through at times. However, when you get caught up in those really exciting set pieces and you're packing that level of firepower, it can be really genuinely fun, so I'm not really sure how I feel about it overall. And to add to the power fantasy, there's this new sound that plays when you fly through shrapnel, and it just adds to that Hollywood action movie feel that I've come to love about the franchise. But at the end of this first battle, we eventually find out that the enemies attacking us are fighters from the country of Slovakia before we're introduced to our first super weapon and attacked by dozens of ace pilots all at once, forcing us to retreat and give up our country to the enemy. And this gives us the main objective for the remainder of the game's campaign: liberate the country of Ameria from the Slovakians. From here we get some more cutscenes, and we get to see the general direction the game's story is going in. The majority of these cutscenes follow the story of a civilian woman whose daughter went missing during the attack and whose husband was a pilot who was shot down and killed during it as well. Through this woman, Project Aces explores the impact of these sorts of hostile invasions on the civilians of the nations affected, and it's some fairly interesting stuff, even though I feel like her story is the one that I was the most disappointed by. On the other hand, we also follow a high-ranking general of Slovakia who is called into America after they first take over, allowing us to see things from the enemy's point of view, and while I'm not going to dig too far into it in this video, I feel that his story is by far the highlight of AC6's narrative. And now, here's something that I get to say for the first time in the entire Ace Combat review series: the UI design and menu layout in this game is incredibly clean. They look good, there's little to no confusion, and everything is placed exactly where you would expect it to be, meaning that navigating these menus feels super smooth and natural, especially when compared to some of the worst entries in the series. If I had one nitpick about the menus in this game, it would be that for whatever reason, the plane statistics have once again reverted to using this little pentagon chart from way back in air combat, and I definitely don't feel like these display the info as well as just giving players the numbers behind the stats like they did in AC5 and Zero. Getting into the second mission and beyond though, we start to get introduced to the new systems and mechanics of Ace Combat 6. The first of these is the ESM, or Electronic Support Measure System. This is a new addition where during missions, some allied units will be emitting signals that will enhance your missile tracking as well as how quickly your weapons will reload after use. On paper, this encourages players to work more with their allies, especially since AC6 has the weakest missile tracking in the series up to this point. And the really fun twist here is that enemies will use the ESM system as well, meaning that if you don't prioritize certain units, you'll have to deal with the enemies having buffed missile tracking during your missions. I think this system is really fun in theory, but after the first couple missions of the system being introduced, I found myself essentially ignoring it outside of destroying enemy units that were buffing them. I'm not really sure how you could make engaging with this system more worthwhile outside of just increasing something ridiculous like missile damage, but it would definitely be nice to see it brought back in some more meaningful way. And landings in this game have also been fleshed out more. As we'll talk about in a little bit, there are some instances in Ace Combat 6 where you'll have an allied base in the middle of a battlefield, and they've actually made it so that you can now take the risk of landing at these bases mid-battle for a quick resupply and repair. To do this, you simply need to fly towards one of these bases at low altitude and click in the left thumbstick to deploy your landing gear and initiate the landing sequence. Players do need to be careful about when they do this, however, as enemies can still shoot you while you're landing, and you'll be incredibly vulnerable while doing so due to the low speeds. And along with that, the return line from Ace Combat 4 has returned once again, something that returning viewers of the series will already know that I was a big fan of. However, one complaint of mine with this game that's very noticeable during the landings is that some of the extra effects that were used in the PS2 trilogy to add more weight to the game's flight are absent here. I'm not sure if this is a stylistic choice or if it was done to ensure a more stable frame rate, but it felt kind of weird to not have any screen shake when slamming on the brakes or landing at an airport, and I'm sure many longtime Ace Combat fans also noticed their absence when first playing the game. And while it's not a new thing, the team did bring back the ability to select Shamrock's plane and special weapons before every mission after the feature was absent in Ace Combat 0. In my opinion, being able to choose a jet for your wingman not only allows you to be better equipped for missions, but it can also just add a fun cosmetic appeal when seeing the two of you flying together in the mid-mission cutscenes. So of course, I'm super happy to see this brought back, as I kind of just figured that it was going to be gone for good. However, this game has a bit of a problem when it comes to unlocking and using different planes. You don't get to use any aircraft beyond the starter F-16C until after Mission 4, something that was handled the exact same way in Ace Combat 5. The thing is though, in AC5, it was ultimately a non-issue since there were 28 missions in the campaign, so you still had plenty of time to play around with the various planes in a single front-to-back playthrough. In AC6 though, the campaign is only 15 missions long, so you spend almost a third of the game's total runtime locked behind the starter plane. I have no issue with the team wanting players to stick to the starter plane for a few missions so that they can learn the rest of the game before worrying about choosing the right tool for the job and whatnot, but doing so for almost a third of the game is pretty extreme, and they definitely could have just done this for the first 2 or 3 missions and achieved the same result with less frustration. And I know that some people will say that the Ace Combat games are built around replayability, and you're not wrong, but the thing you have to realize is that the majority of players will only do one playthrough if they even manage to finish that, and when evaluating a game's design, I try to look more at the average player's experience rather than that of die-hard fans of the series. But probably the largest addition made to Ace Combat 6's gameplay is the operations system. In AC6, almost every mission will have multiple operations, which are essentially sub-objectives within the battle that you're fighting in, and you'll be able to move around the map and help complete each of these as you please. Each of these operations will have allied squadrons that will carry them out automatically, but without any additional support from the player, it's more than likely that those allies will fail on their own, and if half of the objectives in a mission fail, you'll fail the mission in its entirety. Beyond this, once an operation is complete, the allies that were working on it will now be free to support you elsewhere in the mission, with players being able to call in support from these allies at any time using the D-pad. And as I alluded towards earlier, the operations system also allows you to capture bases in the middle of the battlefield, allowing you to land there and resupply at them. This is a really fun system, and it really adds to the feeling of scale that Project Aces was clearly going for in this game. And speaking of the scale of missions in this game, planes carry a ludicrous amount of ammunition here. This is obviously done to make up for the fact that these missions are really long, which we'll come back to in a second, but we're talking ridiculous amounts of ammo. I mean, look at this. The F-22 carries 250 missiles in this game. I feel like this is a bit of an over-adjustment, especially with the return line coming back, as well as those bases that you can resupply at in the middle of the battlefield. Players have the most options to resupply mid-mission that they've ever had in this game, and while they definitely still could have increased the ammo a little bit to maintain the pacing during the missions, 250 missiles is such an insane amount to give to players, especially in the game where almost every enemy unit is destroyed with just one. And when I say that the missions in this game are long, I mean that they are long. The average mission in this game took me about 30 to 40 minutes to complete, and some of them even give players a time limit of up to 50 or 60 minutes. So it's not an issue of me just taking a really long time, they're just actually made to be that long. And long missions aren't a bad thing by any means, but the issue is that most of the missions in this game just don't do enough to keep themselves interesting for that long, and they tend to just become 30+ minute shooting galleries. But when interesting things do happen is when Ace Combat 6 really hits its stride. Like at the end of Mission 7, where the Missile Barrage superweapon from the opening mission returns, but this time with a small army of unmanned drones along with it. The Estevakians are using these drones to act as waypoints for the missiles, allowing them to more accurately target you and your allies. This leads to an encounter where you have to destroy all of these drones while avoiding the massive explosions from the missiles, which also means that you can't get too close to any of the drones because of the risk that a missile might be flying towards them at any moment. And you combine that with just the sheer number and scale of the battle itself, and this becomes an all-out shit show as soon as it starts. Other than the small handful of missions like this though, the mission variety is pretty poor in this game. I would say that more than half of your time spent playing AC6 will be made up of just simple air-to-ground missions that go on for way longer than they have any reason to. And it's a real shame too, because like I said, when Ace Combat 6 is doing unique and interesting things, it really does have some of the best gameplay in the series up to this point, but these moments of brilliance only make up a small portion of the total experience. And as much as I enjoy the premise behind the story in this game, the writing can be pretty all over the place. There's a handful of scenes in this game that are really well written and acted, but then there's the scenes that are like this.
Just then, something roars in the sky above.
Hey, look! What's going on?
I know it's our only chance of escape.
Get in! Hurry!
Fire! Damn!
On the battlefield, you have to put luck aside and take what you get, good or bad.
And there's also this bit near the end of a mission halfway through the game where you're attacked by enemy fighters, and instead of retreating like Command says, Talisman and Shamrock instead engage the fighters and shoot them down. Command suspends them over this, but then without even a cutscene to transition from that to the next mission, we're suddenly thrown into a briefing where they say that they have a highly dangerous mission that only the two of you can handle, so your suspension is just lifted. I mean, come on guys, if you're gonna lift the suspension immediately afterwards with no consequences, there's no point in having it in the story at all. But circling back to mission variety real quick, this game does bring back one of my favorite mission types out of the Ace Combat series, and that's the Flying Fortress battle. Instead, this time, it's an entire fleet of flying fortresses, complete with Ace pilots taking off from the runways on them and trying to prevent you from shooting them down. As well as that, it turns out that the fortress at the center of it is actually the super weapon that's been sending out those missile barrages throughout the entire game, making this a super weapon battle on top of everything else. It's easily one of the coolest missions in the series so far, and like I said earlier, during these moments, Ace Combat 6 really does have some of the best gameplay in the series. And speaking of the aces in this mission, I know that I literally just said that Ace Combat X has the best pilot AI in the franchise in the last video, but I was wrong because AC6 has even better pilots. Much like what I praised in that video, they're evasive when they should be, aggressive when they should be, and the scale of the battles in this game only adds to the intensity. Now, also factor in that this game has some of the weakest missile tracking in the series, along with the most powerful weapons we've ever seen, and you easily have some of the most intense dogfights in the franchise. And something smaller that I noticed about this game while playing through it is that the planes you unlock would often be relevant to the mission you were about to take on. By this, I mean that if the next mission was a pure air-to-ground battle, chances are that you'll unlock an attacker plane beforehand. If it's going to be purely air-to-air, you'll unlock a fighter, and of course, if the next mission is a combination of both, you'll very likely unlock a new multi-role plane. This is actually really nice, as almost every single time I unlocked a new plane, I also had the perfect excuse to take it out for a spin right away, and I honestly really hope that the rest of the series going forward continues to do this. But near the end of the game, we managed to retake our city from the opening mission in one final climactic battle. At least, that's what you think is happening during the mission, because afterwards you get another mission where you patrol the skies above the city during the celebration, before a barrage of cruise missiles and fighters come in out of nowhere. And during this battle, Shamrock explains to us that this is going to be his last mission because he found out after we liberated the city that his wife and daughter were both killed during the initial attack. We managed to defend the city, and afterwards we find out that they were launched from across the sea, so we get one final mission where we go to destroy the weapons Estevakia is using to try to destroy the city. When we get there though, we're met with a giant railgun as well as the remainder of Estevakia's ace pilots, and here we get the real climax of the game. We spend a while dogfighting and wiping out the defenses on the railgun before Command tells us that we'll likely only be able to destroy the thing from inside, but they have no data on any weak points that we might be able to target. Hearing this, Shamrock figures that since he has no remaining family and he's done flying after this anyway, that he'll fly in and try to get us a scan. So against Command's wishes, he flies straight into the thing blindly at full speed and gets us the scan, but he also ends up getting shot down after narrowly making it out. We use the scan data to fly in and destroy it, and with that, the war between Ameria and Estevakia is over. We get a really nice ending to the game where we get to see the various subplots of the game get wrapped up, including the fact that Shamrock actually survived his crash, but due to his injuries, he'll never be able to fly again. However, we do get to see him settling back into civilian life and finding his reason to carry on even without his family or his wings. We see that life in Ameria is slowly getting back to normal thanks to our actions throughout the campaign, and then the credits roll. Overall, I was very surprised by Ace Combat 6. I hadn't heard much about this game, and what I had heard was that it was fine, but that it was nothing to really write home about. But having played it for myself now, I can say that when this game really gets going, it's easily up there with the best of the franchise, but most of the time it's being held back by a small handful of crippling problems. As much as I would love to say that this game stands alongside the PS2 trilogy in terms of quality, the mission variety and the missions just generally outstaying their welcome can really make this game a chore to play at times, and of all the issues for an Ace Combat game to have, these are pretty high up on the list of the worst possible ones. If you're a massive Ace Combat fan who hasn't played this game and you happen to own a system that's capable of doing so, I definitely recommend that you check it out sometime. I went on eBay and got a complete in-case copy of the game in perfect condition, and it cost me a little under $30. So if you've got an Xbox laying around and you enjoy the other games in the series, this is a pretty easy sell for you. So at the end of the day, I'm going to give Ace Combat 6 Fires of Liberation an 8 out of 10. Hey guys, thanks for swinging by. I've been enjoying the hell out of producing this series, and interacting with you guys has made it more than worth the effort. If you're into full series retrospectives like this, feel free to check out the playlists on screen. And if you like what you see, maybe check out my Patreon page to help keep this channel alive and kicking. Anyway, thanks guys, and I'll hope to see all of you again right here for the next Ace Combat review. So after the lackluster sales of Ace Combat 6 in late 2007, Namco Bandai Games had to sit down and evaluate how they would approach the next couple of Ace Combat releases. And something that immediately stands out when you look at the sales history of the Ace Combat games is that Ace Combat X, the PSP spin-off, outsold Ace Combat 6. So not only would ACX have generated more revenue for the company, but it also would have been much cheaper to produce, being a simple repurposing of Ace Combat 4 for the handheld system compared to the incredibly high production value of AC6. So while they worked on planning out the next mainline installment, which we will certainly come back to on this series soon, they also greenlit a sequel to Ace Combat X, even allowing Access Games to helm the development again. So did Access Games manage to spice up the formula even more to make an extra memorable title, or did they become a little too complacent for a PSP title releasing in 2010? Well, let's talk about it. And before getting too far into the video, I should mention that this is the 10th in a series of videos where I'm playing every Ace Combat game for the first time and reviewing them as I go along. And while you don't have to have seen the rest of the videos in order to enjoy this one, you will be missing a lot of important context about my journey with the series if you haven't seen them, so I'll have the full playlist linked in the description below for those of you who want to go check those out first. And just before we start the video proper, I want to mention that my voice might sound a little weird in this one, and you might hear cuts where it sounds sort of jarring. I've been basically on the verge of losing my voice this entire week, and I've been trying to fight it off, so I recorded this video's voiceover in a lot of smaller segments, and you might catch some of that weirdness. Anyway, back to the video. But with that out of the way, Ace Combat X2 Joint Assault is a combat flight simulation game developed by Access Games and published by Namco Bandai Games for the PlayStation Portable in 2010. And those of you who have played ACX for yourself or have seen my video on it will probably immediately realize, but X2 uses that game as a base and simply adds on top of it while also changing some of the core gameplay. This isn't a bad thing, of course. Ace Combat Zero is a common favorite among fans after all, but Ace Combat X2 is essentially just a standalone expansion for Ace Combat X, and I always like to mention stuff like that in these videos just to kind of set the expectation going in. And on that note, the game uses a similar campaign structure to ACX, but it's a little different this time around. Rather than having 3 or 4 missions available at a time that all affect one another based on the order you complete them in, the structure here is much more similar to Air Combat or Ace Combat 2, where the game is mostly played in a linear order, but every once in a while you'll be given a choice between 2 different missions. This format works perfectly fine, but man do I wish they had brought back the freedom that was present in ACX, as I found that to be one of the most enjoyable parts of that game. But the biggest difference in X2's campaign isn't what longtime Ace Combat fans would have come to expect. The subtitle of the game, Join Assault, actually comes from the fact that the game's campaign was designed to be fully playable in co-op with up to 4 players being in your squad. This leads to a couple of key changes in the game that we'll go over throughout the video, but the first of them is that the game's difficulty can be changed every time you launch a mission rather than just being set at the beginning of your campaign, in order to make playing in co-op with your friends a much smoother and more convenient experience. And it should go without saying, but having the option to just lower the difficulty if you're really stuck on a mission and simply want to get past it is also a really nice touch in general. Starting up the campaign though, we of course get the basic setup for the story. In Join Assault, we play as members of Ontaris Squadron, a group of fighter pilots who were freshly hired by a private military company or PMC called Martinez Security. In the early missions, we work alongside another squadron of Martinez Security known as Rigel Squadron, defending Tokyo from a terrorist attack. And yes, you heard me right, I said Tokyo. For the first time in the Ace Combat series, this game takes place on the Earth that we know instead of Strange Real. Because of this, you'll fight in places like Tokyo, Egypt, London, San Francisco, and various other real-world locations throughout the campaign. And while I know that a lot of players really love the setting of Strange Real, I would be lying if I said I didn't find it really refreshing to play an Ace Combat game set on Earth. It was really cool to be in the middle of a mission and then just see something like the Tokyo Tower or the Golden Gate Bridge, and it honestly really grounds the game in an interesting way that the series hasn't seen before. But during these initial missions, we're told that the enemy fighters have been identified as members of the terrorist group Valahia, a group that was formed after the fall of the Soviet Union who intend to form a new nation in the name of communism. This will be important for later in the story, but for now, let's finally get to talking about the core gameplay a little more. The first thing that I would like to point out is that Join Assault actually features a proper tutorial for the first time in franchise history. The beginning of the first mission sees the player going out on an exercise with Rigel Squadron where they teach players the basic controls and fundamentals of the Ace Combat games. Obviously, I'm 10 games into the series at this point, so I didn't need to be taught the basics of the game, but if this was your first Ace Combat game, this would obviously help a lot with the initial process of picking up and learning the game, so I definitely see this as a positive addition. Something else that I noticed right away is that my starter plane felt incredibly slow compared to previous games, and the more that I played Join Assault, the more I realized why that is. ACX2 has the most realistic weight and physics in the franchise up to this point, and while I really enjoyed having these things back in Ace Combat 3, I feel like they went a little too far here. In AC3, it felt like it was just enough to add a little bit of extra satisfaction to the core gameplay, but here in Join Assault, it feels like it completely changes the way that your plane handles. Most planes have had their rolling slowed down a good bit, and they've universally made it so that if you try to dip your nose to pitch downwards, you can do so, but it's significantly slower than just flipping upside down and pulling up. And while these things are more realistic, let's not kid ourselves. Ace Combat has never been about realism, and these changes just make for a game that feels worse to control than its predecessors. Along with this, the third-person view now has this slight offset where you can see the plane move around the screen a little bit, like when it goes to the side before rolling, or gets closer to or farther away from the camera based on your speed. This stuff looks really cool when you're watching gameplay or when you first start playing the game, but for me personally, I ended up hating it after only a few minutes due to one big issue: motion sickness. Now, I'm not typically someone who's prone to motion sickness, and I've never experienced any of it while playing the Ace Combat games despite all the spinning and twirling around in the sky, but it was bad in this game. Unlocking the plane model and letting it swing around on screen like that means that the player's brain loses its consistent anchor point on screen, and so a lot of people, even like myself, are going to experience motion sickness when playing Joint Assault. Now, of course, you can always just switch to the HUD or the cockpit views and immediately fix this, as I often did whenever it was starting to get bad for me, but it's just unfortunate that I had to do that in the first place, as the third-person view is normally my favorite perspective to play in. One change to the core systems that I did really enjoy though is that after a mission, some of your payment will be deducted in order to repair your plane and pay for the costs of the ammunition you used during it. This feeds more into the feeling of being a mercenary working for a PMC, and not only does it remind me of paying for repairs way back in air combat, but it also weirdly reminds me a lot of the payment deduction systems that Armored Core is known for. It's not a significant enough deduction to where you can ruin your entire payday by using all your ammo or by getting shot a lot, but just having that little bit that you have to pay at the end not only adds to the immersion, but also incentivizes you to strive for better gameplay by not getting shot and by conserving your ammo as much as possible. A bit of an awkward addition though is that of the mission phases. Almost every mission in Joint Assault has multiple phases to them, which are essentially just smaller cut-up segments of the mission that I believe are being used to either load more assets into the level or to move the player to a different map entirely. The reason that I say these are awkward is just because you'll be playing the mission like normal, and after you complete an objective, the game will fade to black before quickly fading back in with you in a different spot and having a new objective. Like I said, I think this is being done because of the technical limitations of the PSP, but it's just sort of jarring whenever it happens, and I thought it was worth a mention here. That being said though, the missions in this game are pretty great, especially when it comes to the variety. The game does a much better job mixing up the air-to-air and the air-to-ground missions than mainline titles like AC5 or 6 did, and on top of that, there are some missions that are really special in this one. My personal favorite in terms of creativity is one where we need to fly a VIP to their destination in a commercial airliner, but we're ambushed by Valahia along the way, and the game has us dip into a trench and fly through it at high speeds to escape from them. And it should go without saying, but due to the size of this thing, navigating through the trench is really intense, and because we have no weapons on it, the designers are able to get away with including such a difficult flight-based challenge, since players are able to entirely focus in on just the flying part for this mission. There are other things in this game that are of note, like the fact that it also has the hardest tunnel run of the series so far, but we'd be here for ages if we went into all of it, so I'll just hope that you all take my word when I say that Access Games still seems to have more creativity when it comes to the mission design than Project Aces themselves. And as these things naturally work out, that great mission variety also leads to Joint Assault having some pretty great pacing. Along with the missions just constantly changing things up as you play, they also hit the mark on things like building tension through set pieces and the storytelling, which is more than some previous Ace Combat games are able to say. They do a great job building up to climactic battles with super weapons, much like in the first ACX, but they also do a great job with building up the tension between you and your rivals. See, a few missions into the game, Rigel Squadron is contacted by the leader of Valahia mid-mission, and they decide to join up with them since they're offering better pay than Martinez Security. Because of this, you'll encounter them throughout the game as enemies now, having been renamed to Varkalak Squadron after joining Valahia. I talked about it a bit back in my review of Ace Combat Zero, but building tension for and giving context to these larger encounters ahead of time really helps to sell the moment once you eventually get there, and not every game in the series has done a very good job with this, so I feel like it's important to praise the game's developers when they manage to get this stuff right. And speaking of things that are pretty inconsistent among the Ace Combat series, there's the difficulty. And much like the first Ace Combat X, this game is definitely on the harder end of the scale among the Ace Combat games, and I can definitely tell you that it's the hardest time any of these games have given me on a first playthrough since Air Combat. A lot of that seems to come from the game's co-op nature, as it's clearly been balanced around the idea of having at least a couple players at any given time, requiring players to do things like fight multiple super weapons at one time while they coordinate attacks and flight formations. It definitely offers one of the stronger challenges out of the Ace Combat series, so if you pride yourself on being pretty good at these games and you haven't checked this one out yet, then you should definitely try to pick it up and give it a quick shot on hard mode, and I guarantee you will not be disappointed. But let's get to the real, most important part of the Ace Combat games: the music. I hadn't really heard anything about this game's soundtrack before playing it for myself, but I have to say, this is definitely one of my favorites from the series so far. It has a lot of great original tracks, and it also has a bunch of music from Air Combat, Ace Combat 2, and even Ace Combat 3 included. So not only do you get a bunch of awesome original music here, but you also get a healthy dose of nostalgia from those earlier titles, and it's some really good stuff. Here, take a quick listen and see what you think. But one thing that I really didn't expect from the Ace Combat series at this point was the extensive plane customization featured in this game. The part tuning feature from ACX has been brought back, except now the customization can be applied to all planes instead of only the fictional ones, and the only limitation is that certain planes can only be equipped with certain parts. Along with that, I should mention that there's a total of 44 different playable aircraft in this game available for players, and the sheer amount of variation in what plane can be flown with what parts starts to get pretty wild. And that's before I even tell you about this next part. Do any of you guys who have been around for the whole series remember when I said I would love for the weapon customization from Ace Combat 3 to come back? Well, it did. The more you use a plane in X2, the more weapons you'll unlock for it after every mission completion, allowing you to change not only your special weapons, but also your standard missiles. You can replace them with lightweight missiles that deal less damage but also cost less to fire during a mission, or high accuracy missiles that have significantly stronger tracking at the cost of needing to be fired within 1100 meters of your target. I definitely didn't get to see every new weapon type that was available, as I only flew about half the planes in the game, and because I was changing them so frequently, I didn't get to unlock many of the extra weapons. But this, along with the amount of planes and parts that I mentioned before, just leads to a ridiculous amount of customization being present here, which I of course love, as some of you will know that I talked about how cool more customization would be all the way back in my air combat video at the start of the series. And as a little cherry on top, you can also unlock various emblems by completing certain challenges throughout the game, which you can then put on your jet as you please, just giving you that little bit of extra cosmetic appeal that some players might be looking for. But coming full circle on the story, I'm not going to go super in-depth with the explanation, but over the course of the game, you'll slowly uncover a conspiracy where the CEO of an insurance company has been paying Wallachia to carry out their attacks throughout the game to strike fear into the general population, and start selling an insurance policy that covers damages caused by the war. It's not the best story by any means, but the concept in and of itself was such a breath of fresh air compared to the majority of Ace Combat stories, so even though it was an admittedly lackluster story set in the real world instead of Strange Real, I still found myself pretty entertained by it, at least during my time in the game. And as I mentioned earlier, part of that is that I really enjoyed the rivalry with Varkalak Squadron throughout the game, which just so happens to lead us into what might be the most difficult final boss of the series so far. During the final mission, they show up, taunting us as they normally do, but this time, they're piloting a new series of super fighters that Wallachia has developed. Players will have to fight all 4 of them at once, but the leader of the squadron, Suleimani, has a machine gun mounted on the back of his plane that automatically shoots down any missiles tracking him. Because of this, we have to shoot down the other 3 fighters first, which is difficult enough on its own, before focusing in on Suleimani, being forced into fighting him entirely with our machine guns while he's maneuvering with a fighter that's far better than anything available to us. And to make this even more difficult, he goes completely crazy once at low health, never even stopping for as much as a second to give us a window to fire back, and being more aggressive than any pilot AI in the series so far. This fight alone got more deaths out of me than any other mission in the entire series up to this point, and it even killed me more times than some entire games have. But thankfully, this is the best kind of boss fight in a game where even though it was so difficult for me to beat it, it never felt like the game was cheating me out of a win, and it was always my fault, meaning that it was so satisfying when I finally overcame it, and I felt like I had really accomplished something here. Overall, I think there's a lot of good stuff in Ace Combat X2, but I also think that it's massively held back by some of the changes to the core gameplay. Things like the mission variety, customization, and overall challenge are great, but when they're put in a game that just doesn't feel as good to play as the previous games, those positives can only carry the experience so far. There are a lot of amazing ideas here that I genuinely hope come back for a future mainline entry in the series, but I just can't rate this game as highly as a lot of its predecessors because it's just frustrating to play when I know how much of a downgrade the overall game feel is here. So at the end of the day, I'm going to give Ace Combat X2 Joint Assault a 7.1. Hey guys, thanks for stopping by. Once again, as a little bonus for those of you that watch all the way through, down in the comments, I'll be pinning a poll for the next review series that we're going to do after Ace Combat and Metal Gear, and there's like 50 or so game franchises on there, so just go ahead and check the box next to all that apply. I'm not looking for your favorite, I'm just looking for all of them that you would enjoy, just so that I can get the best idea of what kind of content you guys will enjoy going forward. So please, if you've made it this far into the video, feel free to go down below and vote on that. It helps out a lot with the channel, and obviously it lets me create content that you guys will enjoy. If you liked this video, check on screen for more entries in the series, and feel free to subscribe if you like my work. And if you find yourself falling in love with this stuff, maybe check out my Patreon and become a part of the amazing group that makes all these videos possible. Thanks guys, and I'll hope to see all of you back here next time on the next Ace Combat review. Oh boy, it's finally time for Ace Combat Assault Horizon, the undisputed black sheep of the Ace Combat franchise. For those of you that might not have been around, modern military shooters were the gaming craze from 2007 to about 2016, and this is mostly due to how much the average gamer really loved the Call of Duty franchise and the way it blended the already existing modern military shooter formula with Hollywood blockbuster action. Everyone wanted a piece of that sweet, sweet billion-dollar pie, and Bandai Namco games were no exception. They already had a modern military shooter, albeit set in the skies rather than on the ground, so now all that they needed to do was add in that Hollywood action and they would have a formula for success, right? Right? Well, you probably don't need me to tell you, but Assault Horizon would go on to be the most reviled entry in the franchise by the vast majority of the Ace Combat fandom, so it didn't quite work out as well as they might have hoped. But now, 13 years have passed since the game's initial release, and I've been playing every single Ace Combat game in release order for the first time in an attempt to not only finally experience them for myself, but also to give the longtime fans out there the perspective of a first-time player. So, is Ace Combat Assault Horizon really the worst entry in the franchise, or was it simply a knee-jerk reaction from fans not wanting the series to move further in this direction? Well, let's talk about it. And before getting too far into the video, I should mention that this is the 11th in a series of videos where I'm playing every Ace Combat game for the first time and reviewing them as I go along. And while you don't have to have seen the rest of the videos in order to enjoy this one, you will be missing a lot of important context about my journey with the series if you haven't seen them, so I'll have the full playlist linked in the description below for those of you that want to go check those out first. But with that out of the way, Ace Combat Assault Horizon is a spin-off installment of the Ace Combat franchise developed by Project Aces and released by Bandai Namco Games for the PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360 in 2011. And right off the bat, let's cover which version of this game I played. I just mentioned that it came out for the PS3 and the Xbox 360 when it was originally released, but a couple years later, it was also released natively on PC for the first time in Ace Combat's history. This means that for me, it was way more convenient to get high quality footage for this video, as I didn't need to mess around with an emulator to upscale it and get nice frame rates and such, but there was a catch, of course. See, the game was delisted from Steam back in 2019, meaning there's no official way to purchase the game anymore. Luckily though, there are still some keys floating around for it, so I was able to pick up a Steam copy for myself for $55. So you should all thank the patrons and channel members for their contributions, as they allow me to do things like spend nearly full price on a 13-year-old game that people don't even like. And I'm sure some of them are now questioning their decision to contribute in the first place. It was well worth it though, as this version of the game runs natively in 4K with an uncapped frame rate, and for me personally, had no issues or bugs outside of one crash when I first tried to launch the game, which was easily fixed by just running the game in compatibility mode for Windows 8. So shockingly, this port that's more than a decade old and hasn't been supported for years actually runs amazingly well on modern PCs with one really simple fix. A very pleasant surprise for me, as I had expected that it would take a ton of effort to get this thing working properly, but it basically worked right out of the box. But finally getting into the game itself, we're immediately thrown into a dogfight over Miami Beach. Much like Joint Assault, Assault Horizon is once again set in the real world rather than Strange Real. And so just like in that game, you'll be visiting a variety of real locations and seeing a number of real world cities and landmarks. And after having played through another Ace Combat game set in the real world, my opinion on the matter remains the same. I just really like seeing places that I already know and recognize as the backdrop of these epic dogfights. And in this game specifically, places that I've actually been to before as well. I really loved seeing Miami in the opening mission, as I just so happen to be a former Florida man myself, even if I personally think that Miami is the shittiest major city in the state. No offense, Miamians, Orlando is not far behind. Also, right off the bat, we get introduced to one of the new mechanics that Assault Horizon introduces, and from what I've seen, probably the most controversial of them as well. The DFM, or Dogfight Mode mechanic. If you approach an enemy's plane from behind and press both shoulder buttons on the controller, you enter into Dogfight Mode, which essentially acts as a soft lock-on to target the enemy with. Your plane will automatically maneuver to stay behind the enemy you've locked onto, and you'll be able to fire your machine guns and missiles while chasing them very easily when using this. There will also be this large circle on your screen, and as you hold an enemy inside of the circle, it will fill up to give you a super high accuracy lock for your missiles, giving you one missile shot that's basically guaranteed. This is a pretty fun mechanic, and the camera angles that you get while using it, along with all the effects from the enemy plane as you tear them up, look amazing, but there is a big issue with it. With a mechanic like this that gives you basically guaranteed missile shots, super easy machine gun tracking, and that just generally looks really cool, why would you ever not use this? Something that I haven't even brought up yet is that the pace of the gameplay in Assault Horizon is way faster than any previous Ace Combat game, so hitting enemies with missiles without using Dogfight Mode is harder than it ever was in the games that came before. There's a big issue here with DFM being the clear dominant strategy if you want to shoot down your targets quickly, which could be a relatively small issue, but there's a much worse problem here. While Dogfight Mode is really fun at first, after you've played the game for a couple hours, you'll more than likely be pretty sick of it, as almost every dogfight feels like it plays out the exact same way. And while I'm not going to hold it against the mechanic itself, there was one time that I was tracking an enemy with DFM and they just flew straight into the ground, and since I was locked onto them, my plane went straight down with them. This is definitely a symptom of the AI and not the mechanic itself, but it was just way too funny not to show you guys. Along with this, they've also added an equivalent for the air-to-ground combat called ASM, or Airstrike Mode. With this though, instead of being able to use it freely whenever you want, a highlighted path will appear at certain points in certain missions that give you a path to fly down and clear out clusters of ground targets with. I actually feel like this works a lot better than Dogfight Mode, despite being basically the same thing, as air-to-ground missions in the Ace Combat series have a tendency to just go on for way longer than they have any reason to, so the game giving you the option to fly by and quickly clear out large clusters of targets actually improves the gameplay pacing during these missions. There's also one mission in the game that requires you to fly a bomber and take out ground targets, and this got its own unique version of DFM or ASM that's only used once, where you get to fly over the targets and select where to drop the bombs while the plane automatically navigates for you, and I actually enjoyed this one quite a bit too. I've always felt like lobbing bombs in the Ace Combat games was a little awkward to get used to, and while this simplifies the bombing gameplay by quite a bit, I think it's a simplification that just makes the process more enjoyable. On top of that, you get these cinematic shots of your bombs actually flying down and leveling everything after you release them, which is incredibly satisfying as typically in these games, you've flown past and missed the explosion by the time that the bombs actually land. And even if you don't like this particular change, it's only used once in the entire game, so it's not something that's going to have a massive impact on your enjoyment by any means. And speaking of how cool a lot of these things look, the presentation in this game is great. It reuses a lot of assets from Ace Combat 6, which I already thought looked really great back then, but now being able to see them in such a higher native resolution, they look so much better than I ever thought they did here. And as much as the cinematic heavy style of this game is a turnoff for people, mostly due to the effects that it has on the gameplay, the cinematography and all the effects from explosions to the shrapnel flying off enemy planes while you shoot them, and even the oil that leaks out of them look really damn good. The environments here have also been improved from Ace Combat 6, likely from Project Aces being more familiar with the hardware they were working on, and knowing how to squeeze some extra fidelity out of it without sacrificing the game's performance. Obviously, the visual fidelity of this game is going to vary a lot depending on which version you play, so if you've played the game yourself, just keep in mind that the PS3 got the worst of it, the 360 is in the middle, and the PC version is the one that actually looks really good. Along with that, this is still an Ace Combat game, so of course, the soundtrack here is still fantastic. It features a lot of that now iconic orchestral style that the games picked up back in the PS2 era, as well as the return of that rock sound that the original titles had way back on the PS1. But here, rather than sticking with a more upbeat rock sound, they've shifted to a much more aggressive, borderline metal sound that's honestly really fitting for the general tone this game is going for. It's a really good soundtrack, and I'm honestly surprised that I didn't hear more about it before playing for myself. Here, take a listen and see what you think. Back to the gameplay though, something that I left out when talking about dogfight mode earlier is that enemies also have access to this new mechanic. When an enemy uses it to lock onto you, you'll be able to see where their enhanced missile lock circle is, giving you the opportunity to avoid it. There's also an indicator of the distance the enemy has to you, which becomes vital in some cases to get a reversal on the enemy. Have you ever played the older Ace Combat games and had the enemies flip a 180 on you to suddenly gain the advantage and thought, well, that's just unfair, I can't do that shit? Well, now you can. If you let the enemy get in close, you can pull off a reversal to turn the tables of the engagement, positioning yourself behind them and automatically putting you into dogfight mode. It's a little awkward to get used to evading enemies like this because of how different it is from the previous games, but once you get into the flow of it, I think this is actually my favorite change to Assault Horizon's core gameplay. The reversals not only look really cool, but they also allow for much more aggressive play, and the risk-reward element to letting the enemy get so close to you balances out the feature pretty well. Another method of evasion has been added here though, with flares being included for the first time in the Ace Combat series. If a missile is coming at you and you don't want to or can't evade away, you can click in the left thumbstick to deploy flares, but these aren't exactly a get out of jail free card. For the flares to actually prevent you from taking a hit, you'll have to deploy them just before the missile actually hits you, meaning that you'll still have to divert your focus to negating the missile in order to avoid it successfully. You only get a handful of flares to use per mission as well, so you'll have to be pretty careful with when you use them, otherwise you'll find yourself running out pretty quickly. It's not a game-changing addition by any means, but it's really nice to have them here, and I'm kind of surprised that it took this long for them to get added. One thing that got added to Assault Horizon that didn't really need to be here though was QuickTime events. These were obviously added because they were trending in the industry at the time, but all that Project Aces ended up doing with them here was having you occasionally press the Y button on your controller to either progress a cutscene or focus the camera on something in the level. I would say that these are a negative addition, but they aren't actually integrated into the gameplay really at all. Every once in a while, one of these will pop up just to focus the camera on something cool, and you'll go, oh yeah, they added those. So ultimately, it's just a bit of a pointless addition that doesn't really add to or take away from the gameplay. And this next change is definitely the one that I would have thought would be the most controversial, but shockingly, I never heard about it a single time before playing the game for myself. Rather than using the traditional damage system that Ace Combat has used up to this point, where you'll be able to take a certain amount of damage per mission before ultimately being shot down, this game has regenerating health. Yeah, if you get hit by a missile, you'll take a good chunk of damage, and you'll even be able to see that damage reflected on your plane model, but then if you go like 10 seconds without taking any damage, that damage to your plane will just slowly regenerate. This was very off-putting to me at first, but to be completely fair to Project Aces, it doesn't actually break the balance or the difficulty of the game. I've managed to get through a handful of my first playthroughs of the Ace Combat games while only getting shot down once or twice during my entire run, and while Assault Horizon isn't the game I got shot down the most during, it's definitely somewhere near the middle of the road difficulty-wise. It's certainly not as challenging as the PSP titles, but it's definitely much more difficult than games like AC2 or AC4. I think the most comparable game in terms of difficulty is probably Ace Combat 5, which is shocking considering the addition of regenerating health here. Even though your health comes back after a few seconds, this is a much faster and more aggressive game, and even on normal difficulty, you'll have a number of moments where you go from full health to dead in a matter of seconds due to just how much enemy fire you're actually taking. This might be why I've never heard people complain about it before, and while I think the gameplay balance manages to be perfectly fine with it, I'm not really sure why they would go to the lengths of reflecting the damage taken in your plane model in a game where it will just magically go away in a matter of seconds, as it's really jarring whenever that happens. Circling back to that opening Miami mission though, we get hit by a missile head on, disabling our plane and forcing our pilot Bishop to eject. He gets himself out and pulls his chute, but as he's floating to the ground, an enemy jet flies up and hits him head on, causing him to wake up, revealing that this opening Miami level was just a nightmare of his, and that he seems to be suffering from some sort of PTSD, having these nightmares where he dies in flight regularly. From here, we get the basic setup for the story, with the American and Russian militaries working together to fight against insurgents in East Africa. The story here is so unapologetically rule of cool, but I'd be lying if I told you that I didn't find myself smiling at the characters from time to time.
Now we owe you more drinks, eh?
Yeah, you can pay me off anytime.
No. There is not enough vodka in all Russia for you, Capitan Gutierrez.
We'll talk more about the story later on in the video, but for now, just know that if you've ever played a COD campaign post COD 4, that's exactly how the storytelling in this game feels. We then cut to another character on a mission in Africa, where instead of flying a jet, we're taking control of a chopper gunner. Again, if you've played a Call of Duty game that has a chopper gunner segment before, you know exactly how this plays out. During these missions, the game basically becomes an on-rail shooter where we simply need to shoot at targets on the ground while the pilot flies the helicopter around for us. This is the first of 2 chopper gunner missions that appear in the game's campaign, and while there's not enough going on here to keep this interesting for long periods of time, it's still pretty enjoyable to just tear shit up with a minigun for 5 to 10 minutes, even if that's not exactly what I'm playing Ace Combat for. After this though, we get back to flying some planes, and now that we're not in a dream, we get to see the hangar for the first time in the game. Right off the bat, there are 5 planes available to us, and this brings us straight into a big change with the core progression of the game here. Instead of earning credits during missions to purchase new planes while you play, players are simply given access to planes at certain points in the story, just being able to fly them for free as soon as they unlock. This is similar to what they did back in Ace Combat 3, but in that game, you would only have like 2 to 4 planes available at any given time due to how the factions worked in that game, whereas here, you just slowly build up the full collection like in more traditional Ace Combat games. It's not something that really affects the game all that much, but it's a significant enough change that I felt like it was important to mention it. And after getting some more time in with Bishop, we once again switch over to a different character, this time to fly an Apache attack helicopter. When controlling the Apache, you can use the left stick to move around, there are dedicated buttons to move your altitude up or down, and you can use the chopper's machine gun as well as whatever special weapons you equipped before the mission began. Much like the chopper gunner missions, these are incredibly simple, but can definitely be a fun distraction for a few minutes. Unlike the chopper gunner missions though, these are about as long as your average Ace Combat missions, being closer to 15 to 20 minutes in length, and I found that while I always had fun at the start, I was normally pretty bored and ready to move on by the end. Like I said, they aren't bad as a small distraction, but I feel like these definitely outstay their welcome. And immediately after we're introduced to the Apache missions, we also get a mission where we sit in the gunner seat of an AC-130. I'm starting to sound like a broken record here, but if you've ever played a Call of Duty campaign that features one of these missions, you know exactly how this works. You've got 3 different weapons to fire, ranging from large explosives to smaller explosives to a minigun for cleaning up infantry, all of which are cycled through with the press of a button. This mission goes on for about 20 minutes, and at the risk of repeating myself yet again, it's fun for a few minutes, but it goes on for a little longer than it really should. So as a closing thought on all these new mission types, I think they're all perfectly fine in their own right, but they're just too simple to make up as much of the game's campaign as they do. See, Assault Horizon's campaign has a total of 16 missions, and 5 of them take place in either the Chopper Gunner, Apache, or AC-130. These missions are all fun little distractions, but they really shouldn't have made up a third of the game's total runtime, or if they were going to, they should have at least been fleshed out more to feel like proper Ace Combat missions rather than just fun little mini games. During these opening missions, we discover that the insurgents in Africa have a new type of conventional explosive that packs the raw power of a nuclear weapon. And once we're back in the sky with Bishop, half of the Russian forces that we're working with suddenly open fire on us, revealing that they've been helping the insurgents in order to get their hands on this new weapon that they call Trinity. And during this dogfight, we take a hit from a pilot named Andrei Markov, Russia's greatest ace, before he's ordered to withdraw along with his allies. So from here, the plot suddenly shifts from fighting insurgents in Africa to fighting a coup d'etat led by Russian mercenaries in order to prevent them from using the Trinity weapon on civilians. With this new direction, we start traveling all over the world, leading to some great variety in terms of locations, but the mission variety in this game is pretty lacking. Almost all of your missions will be basic air-to-air or air-to-ground missions, as things like the Chopper Gunner and Apache missions are essentially doing all the heavy lifting when it comes to the variety here. There is one particular mission that I found interesting that we'll come back to in a bit, as it ties directly into the plot of the game, but aside from that, don't expect anything all that special as far as the missions go here. And not a whole lot really happens to further the plot until the start of the final act, but once you get there, there's a lot that happens all at once. To start with, remember this charismatic fella?
I'm sorry. It is personal. The women, you know?
The women or woman? You dog!
Well, this is Major Sergei Ilyich, one of the best aces of the Russian Air Force and one of Bishop's closest allies throughout the game. At the beginning of the third act though, Ilyich suddenly disappears, and it's revealed that he and Markov, the ace who nearly shot us down earlier, have been very close friends for years, and that Ilyich was always secretly working with them. Along with this, it's revealed that Markov's wife was killed by an American bomber plane years ago, and we get a scene where he goes to the general who's leading the coup, shooting him multiple times and taking over as their leader. He changes the mercenaries' goal from taking over Russia to getting revenge on America, and so we get sent out to defend the city of Miami from an attack. And at first, I figured this was just the game coming full circle and ending in the same place it began, but it quickly became clear that I was playing the same mission from the game's opening nightmare. Bishop wasn't suffering from PTSD, he was somehow having visions of his own future, and many of the pursuits and scenarios that we get into here are almost exactly the same as what happened in the opening mission. But this time, just as Markov appears and is about to shoot us down, our wingman Guts pulls in from the side, taking the hit instead of us. His plane gets so messed up that he can't eject the canopy, so we have him flip upside down, and we get this really tense moment where we need to shoot the canopy off so that he can fall out, but without accidentally shooting him as well. We manage to do so, and with Guts safe, we go to pursue Markov, who has a Trinity missile loaded onto his jet. As we fly northeast, we end up finding Markov and Illich flying together through a hurricane, and while Markov continues to fly up the coast, Illich and the rest of the fighters nearby decide to handle us for him. So we end up getting into a dogfight with the best pilot in the game up to this point, with the catch being that we have to fight him in the middle of a goddamn hurricane, with the winds occasionally pulling or pushing us in random directions. This is the mission I alluded to earlier, as having an intense dogfight in severe weather conditions is something that the series has never done before, and I'm shocked that they didn't do so sooner as it's such an intense gimmick. We eventually shoot him down, following Markov further up the coast, eventually finding him in Washington, D.C. He decides that he wants to shoot us down before launching his Trinity missile at the White House, and we get one of the craziest dogfights of the entire series so far. We're constantly entering dogfight mode and getting these crazy cinematic flights through buildings and just over the river, and Markov is constantly getting on our tail and forcing us to evade as well. And it showed me that even with dogfight mode being added, ace pilots can still be a serious challenge in this game. It took me like 30 minutes of trying this fight over and over again to eventually shoot him down, but when we do, it turns out that he had already released the Trinity missile, so we end up shooting it before it can reach the ground as well, and then it's all over. We get an appropriately cheesy ending for the tone of the story, and the credits roll. Overall, I like some of the ideas present in Assault Horizon, but I can definitely see why people don't like this one. For every good step forward it takes, it feels like it takes 2 steps back. I think that the rule of cool tone that it goes for is pretty entertaining and a breath of fresh air considering how tonally similar a lot of these games tend to be. It's not as elegant or replayable as the other Ace Combat games, but it is a really fun action game to just sit down and blow off some steam with. And I can totally understand why the fandom hated this game so much, as my favorite gaming franchise of all time is Resident Evil, and I ended up going through the exact same thing just a year later. Much like Resident Evil 6, I think that Assault Horizon would have been a terrible direction to take the series in as a whole, but now that we're more than a decade separated from it and the series has already course corrected, we can all look back at this as that one time that they made a big dumb action game and recognize that while it definitely has its problems, it can be some stupid fun every once in a while. So at the end of the day, I'm going to give Ace Combat Assault Horizon a 6.8. Hey guys, thanks for watching. If you want to check out more of my reviews, you can check them out right here, and if you want to see more stuff like this in the future, be sure to subscribe to the channel. I also want to thank the incredible people who support me on Patreon. You guys are the reason I'm able to do all this, and I can't thank you enough. Well guys, I'm going to get back to work, and I'll hope to catch all of you right here for the next Ace Combat review. After the releases of Ace Combat X and X2, Bandai Namco Games wasn't planning to slow down on the handheld releases anytime soon. They gave Access Games the go-ahead on another title, but this time around, it wouldn't be made for the PSP like the last couple were. This is because Nintendo's new 3DS handheld had just recently come out and had a little more horsepower behind it than Sony's PSP did. So not only would the next handheld Ace Combat game be developed for the 3DS, but it wouldn't be an entirely original game either, with Access Games instead choosing to remake Ace Combat 2. So how would the new tech allow Access Games to improve the handheld Ace Combat titles, and how would they go about improving upon the original AC2? Well, let's talk about it. And before getting too far into the video, I should mention that this is the 12th in a series of videos where I'm playing every Ace Combat game for the first time and reviewing them as I go along. And while you don't have to have seen the rest of the videos in order to enjoy this one, you will be missing a lot of important context about my journey with the series if you haven't seen them. So I'll have the full playlist linked in the description below for those of you that want to go check those out first. But with that out of the way, Ace Combat 3D Cross Rumble is a combat flight simulation game developed by Access Games and published by Bandai Namco Games for the Nintendo 3DS in 2011. And right off the bat, let's clarify something about the game's title. In the American and European releases of the game, this was actually titled Ace Combat Assault Horizon Legacy, making it almost seem as if this is some sort of handheld port of Ace Combat Assault Horizon specifically. But in Japan, the game is known as Ace Combat 3D Cross Rumble, which makes it much more clear that this is actually an original game developed for the 3DS. So for the sake of this video, and I guess for the review series as a whole, I'm going to be referring to the game as Cross Rumble, as that's the original title given to it by the development team, and frankly, it's also just less confusing than calling it Assault Horizon Legacy. And as I mentioned in the intro, this original game is actually a remake of Ace Combat 2. So even though I always say that you don't have to have seen my other videos, I do highly recommend that you watch my original Ace Combat 2 review before watching this one, as I'm going to be comparing Cross Rumble to the original quite a bit throughout the video. But as far as the core gameplay goes, the game once again runs on the modified Ace Combat 4 engine used in X and X2. More specifically, they've basically just pulled the core gameplay and systems straight over from Joint Assault, with some small changes being made. The flight model feels about on par with Joint Assault early on in the game, still having that weird, kind of slow and clunky feel, but the later planes in this game actually feel a lot smoother here than they did in Joint Assault. So for the first half of the game, you'll have a similarly clunky feel to the flight controls, but once you get some of the better planes unlocked, things actually start to feel pretty damn good here. And a lot of other positives from Joint Assault have come over too. Things like the extensive part customization being available for all planes in the game, the large variety of planes available to players, even including things like World War II fighters, and an insane amount of unlocks available for meeting certain criteria, adding a ton of replayability for those that love to unlock everything the game has to offer. And this even includes the return of the military rank system from AC2, which instead of meaning nothing now, is actually used to unlock new parts to customize your aircraft with. This all means that much like Joint Assault, the core gameplay and systems are a bit of a mixed bag here, but there's more positives than negatives on offer. And in terms of presentation, the game does look slightly better than the PSP titles, but it's pretty hard to tell due to the game being played on such a small screen. Things like texture quality have definitely been improved, but I wouldn't say that it's a significant improvement over X and X2 in terms of visuals on the whole. Again, this could just be because the 3DS screens are pretty small, making it harder for me to pick up on more subtle details, but we'll see if my opinion changes when I get to editing the video and scaling up the footage. One weird thing about the presentation in this game though, is that there are a bunch of new post-processing effects that are visible in the third-person view, and these weirdly make the game feel slower and more sluggish than it actually is. If you play in the HUD or cockpit view, Cross Rumble actually has some surprisingly fast gameplay for a handheld title, but something about these extra effects like the heat coming off of your afterburners make the game feel like it's slower than it actually is. And something to make a quick note of here is that the wild swinging from side to side that was present in Joint Assault's third-person view has been dialed back a lot here, so thankfully I didn't have the same motion sickness problem when playing this game in third person. And another weird issue is actually one that's returning from way back in Ace Combat X, and that's the incredibly poor audio quality. I'm assuming that this is due to them needing to compress the audio files to be able to fit everything the game has to offer onto one of those small 3DS cartridges, as if you don't know, the game cartridges for the original 3DS that this was released on had a hard limit of 2 GB of storage. It should also be factored in that the game was only really meant to be heard through the 3DS's built-in speakers and not through headphones, but when I played through this game with headphones for the sake of this video, it was like an assault on my ears the entire time.
I thought about that squadron. They'll get us out of here. Do it!
Despite the low audio quality though, the soundtrack in this game is pretty awesome. It reuses a lot of the best tracks from Joint Assault, but it also has a bunch of original tracks that are really damn good. These new tracks cover pretty much every different sound that the Ace Combat franchise has had up to this point, from the rock sound of Air Combat and AC2, to the techno sound of AC3, to the orchestral style of the PS2 trilogy. Here, take a quick listen and see what you think. And as good as this soundtrack is, I think that I would have enjoyed it way more if they had re-recorded or simply just reused the Ace Combat 2 soundtrack for the remake. And I know that I never talked about the music of AC2 in my review of it way back when, simply because I hadn't had the thought to showcase the soundtracks yet at that point in the series. So in an attempt to prove my point, let's right that wrong here. I'm going to show you those same gameplay clips that I just used, but with Ace Combat 2 music put over them instead, and I would love to hear which soundtrack you guys prefer in the comments. Let's take a look. But with all the basic stuff out of the way, let's talk about the things that are more unique to Cross Rumble. To start, the campaign is a near one-to-one recreation of the original Ace Combat 2 campaign. You'll be doing the same missions in the same order as you would in the original, but there have been some extra objectives or story bits added to some of these to better flesh out the experience and make it feel more comparable to what Ace Combat has become since its early days. This is especially true in the story department, where they haven't added a ton to it, but they've recontextualized everything to fit Ace Combat 2 canonically into the Strange Reel universe. The original AC2 never took place in the real world, but it didn't take place in Strange Reel either, as the concept of Strange Reel didn't come around until Ace Combat 4. Because of this, Access Games has taken the opportunity to fit Ace Combat 2's events into the broader lore of Strange Reel, and it's really cool to see for someone like me who still considers AC2 to be one of their favorite Ace Combat games. Along with this, the two wingmen from AC2, Slash and Edge, of course make a return here. And this time, rather than just being two superficially different options, the characters now have actual dialogue and voice acting. I found both of them to be very likable characters in this game too, though I have to admit I didn't bring Edge out on many missions because of how attached I became to Slash after just the first couple times I flew alongside him.
I used to want to be a real ace once too, but I didn't stand a chance. Made me realize I'm still just a kid. Might be why I still call him Pops.
Taking a trip down memory lane?
But now, I feel like I can actually win something this time. It's an honor flying beside you.
And getting back to the gameplay, I said earlier that it pretty much plays identically to Joint Assault, and that's true, but there are some mechanics here that distinguish Cross Rumble's gameplay from anything else in the franchise. The biggest of these is the addition of attack and evasive maneuvers. These are basically DFM and reversals from Assault Horizon, but they've been integrated in a way that feels much more in line with traditional Ace Combat gameplay. The attack maneuver takes DFM's place, and instead of it simply being activated by getting behind your enemy and pressing a button, you now have to stay within close range of your enemy for a good 10 seconds or so before being able to activate it. And when you do use the attack maneuver, it doesn't fully lock you onto the enemy like DFM does, it instead just positions you behind them for a clean shot, but it doesn't guarantee that you'll be tracking them for any amount of time, with there being plenty of instances where the enemy pulled away from me pretty much right as my maneuver got me into position. So rather than being a guaranteed kill, it's a chance to kill, and with it taking more effort to activate, I find this to be a much better implementation of a DFM-like mechanic. The evasive maneuvers, however, are more of their own thing entirely. When a missile is tracking you, you'll have a very short window before the missile impacts to flick the control stick in the direction indicated by the HUD and press the Y button to quickly evade the missile. During intense dogfights, it can actually be incredibly tricky to get these evasive maneuvers to work in such a short amount of time, given the pressure you'll already be under, but it feels incredibly satisfying to actually get one and be rewarded for it by completely avoiding the damage. And if an enemy is positioned close behind you when you dodge their missile, you'll also slam on the brakes really quickly while you're evading, putting you behind them for a quick counterattack. So again, I feel like they took the existing mechanic from Assault Horizon and just repurposed it to make it flow more naturally with the traditional Ace Combat gameplay, and it feels really good in my opinion. Something that is really awkward here though is the lack of a full map button. In every single Ace Combat game up to this point, you've been able to press or hold a button on the controller to expand the map, giving you more info about where to go outside of what's in your immediate vicinity. However, Cross Rumble completely lacks any such feature, seemingly due to how the screens have been split up here. Due to the 3DS having two screens on the top and bottom of the system, the designers at Access Games decided to put the gameplay and the very basic HUD on the top screen, and put other things like the radar, ammo counts, and subtitles all on the bottom. Because of this, they couldn't have expanded the size of the radar outright, but I definitely feel like there should have been some way to zoom it out to be able to get a better idea of what direction I should be moving in throughout the mission. I found myself pretty much just relying on the indicator for the nearest enemy to know where to go at any given time, and it really felt like I was just flying from one target to another mindlessly, so having more info definitely could have made the missions feel a lot smoother here. But another positive in terms of gameplay here is that they've added a ton of new Ace squadrons to the campaign that feel like they've been pulled straight out of Ace Combat Zero. These Ace squadrons will show up in the middle of a mission, being introduced with a cutscene that's incredibly reminiscent of Zero, and they all have unique dialogue, voice actors, and even character portraits to differentiate them from one another. I loved the Ace squadrons of AC0 back when I played it, so of course I loved seeing them bring the idea into something new after seemingly forgetting about the concept for so many games. And along with these, they've also added some extra fanfare and lore to the ZOE or Zoe fighters that were present in the original AC2. Back in the original, they would just appear from time to time during a mission, acting just like any other Ace pilot would, but here, the mystery of the Zoe fighters is played up throughout the entirety of the campaign, with questions being raised about how they seemingly become more and more capable pilots every time we see them, and who the pilots even are, as they don't seem to be affiliated with any military power. There's a great sense of build-up with these guys throughout the game, and the best part is, none of the questions raised about them are ever answered in the end, leaving us to wonder who the hell these Crimson Red fighters actually are. It makes these guys infinitely more interesting than they were in the original, and it's a great way to recreate some of the most memorable enemies from it. And while we're on the topic of revisiting the most memorable parts of AC2, can I just take a minute to say that it was really fun to replay a lot of these missions again. Ace Combat 2 is one of the games in the series that I have the most nostalgia towards, as it was the first time during this review series that I really felt like the franchise had figured out what it was supposed to be, so being able to replay a bunch of those really unique missions I remembered was awesome. That mission where you dip in and out of the ravines to destroy the missile silos, flying above the clouds to shoot down some SR-71s, it was just so fun to re-experience some of my earliest Ace Combat memories in a new game. And because this is a remake of AC2, the missions are once again bite-sized the way they were pre-AC4, only taking 5 to 10 minutes from beginning to end. And look, I'm all for having these long, epic, multi-staged missions that some of the newer entries have, but there's such a simple fun factor to these short PS1 style missions. Rather than having the objective change every few minutes, the objective, the setting, the plane you're flying, the enemies you're up against, everything changes every few minutes or so, making it way easier to fall into that addicting flow of just going from one mission to another. I don't think that the newer games need to go back to this mission length and style by any means, but like I said, there's just such a simple fun to these little bite-sized bits of action, and it was really nice to revisit that style of game again. And speaking of bite-sized, the game is only about 4 hours long from beginning to end, which makes perfect sense given that's about how long the original AC2 is. It's a game that you could boot up and play the entire way through in an afternoon if you wanted to, and while some players might want a little more meat on the bone in their Ace Combat games, I also think that makes games like AC2 and Cross Rumble a lot easier to revisit since it's such a small commitment compared to games like AC4 and onwards. And you guys, that's about all I have to say about Ace Combat 3D Cross Rumble. I know that this review was a bit shorter than a lot of my recent stuff, but like I said, it's a short game to begin with, and when you factor in that it's a remake of a game that I've already reviewed, there's really only so much I can say. But before I get to my final thoughts, there's something that I have to address real quick when it comes to the series as a whole. We've obviously been reviewing the games in release order, and after this one, the free-to-play Ace Combat Infinity is up next on the list. However, with the servers having been shut down years ago, it is, at the time of making this video, completely impossible to play the game in any way, shape, or form. So unfortunately, we're gonna have to skip that one and go straight to Ace Combat 7 from here, but just know that if Infinity ever ends up being playable again, I fully plan on going back to play it for myself and cover it in a video. But overall, I enjoyed Ace Combat 3D Cross Rumble for what it is. It's a nice short revisit to one of my personal favorite Ace Combat games, and it even introduces some unique mechanics that I found to be pretty enjoyable. However, the game is definitely held back by some of the fundamental flaws that came over from Joint Assault, and there's a part of me that can't help but wish that we had gotten a more proper AC2 remake for home consoles and PC over this. I think that what's here is perfectly fine, but it really does leave me wishing that more had been done, especially considering that as it currently stands, this is the one and only time an Ace Combat game has ever gotten a remake. When I remove my AC2 nostalgia from the equation, this really is just a marginally better Joint Assault, and while I enjoy a lot of the additions here, I am left feeling that the original Ace Combat 2 is still a much cleaner and more enjoyable experience overall. So at the end of the day, I'm going to give Ace Combat 3D Cross Rumble a 7.2. What's up, guys? Thanks for sticking around. I'm once again going to be pinning the poll for the next review series in the comments, and this is the last time I'm going to be promoting it in an Ace Combat review, so if you haven't voted yet and you'd like to let me know what you would want to see next here on the channel, make sure to go check that out. Remember that you can check as many boxes as you want, so rather than just choosing your favorite out of the list, just check the box for anything you'd like to see me cover. If you want to dive deeper into my Ace Combat series, click on the playlist right here. And if you want to support more videos like this one, check out my Patreon page where you can get access to these videos early, as well as get updates on how they're coming along. Anyway, thanks guys, and I'll hope to see all of you right back here for the next Ace Combat review. In the early 2010s, the commercial viability of the Ace Combat franchise seemed to be at an all-time low. Ace Combat 6 had sold poorly due to Xbox exclusivity, Assault Horizon had turned a lot of longtime fans away from the franchise and failed to bring in a broader audience like Bandai Namco had hoped it would, and the handheld games after Ace Combat X didn't exactly sell amazingly either. So to test the waters and attempt to revive interest in the franchise, Project Aces got approval for a free-to-play Ace Combat game that would be filled with microtransactions and a live service business model, hoping that it would show their publisher that the franchise could still bring in enough money to be worth producing. And despite some low review scores, longtime AC fans enjoyed Ace Combat Infinity enough to keep playing it, and Bandai Namco brought in enough money from the product to be willing to approve a true sequel for the Ace Combat franchise once again. And 5 whole years later, fans would finally receive Ace Combat 7 Skies Unknown in January of 2019. So would Ace Combat 7 be a proper revival of the franchise, or would it be yet another failed experiment from Project Aces? Well, let's talk about it. And before getting too far into the video, I should mention that this is the 13th in a series of videos where I'm playing every Ace Combat game for the first time and reviewing them as I go along. And while you don't have to have seen the rest of the videos in order to enjoy this one, you will be missing a lot of important context about my journey with the series if you haven't seen them. So I'll have the full playlist linked in the description below for those of you that want to go check those out first. But with that out of the way, Ace Combat 7 Skies Unknown is a combat flight simulation game developed by Project Aces and published by Bandai Namco Games for the PlayStation 4, Xbox One, and PC in 2019. And when starting up the campaign, it quickly becomes clear that Ace Combat 7 has the best story presentation in the entire series. The game opens with a ton of lore being dumped on the player, much like most other Ace Combat games, but contrary to the majority of mainline AC games, this opening lore dump is actually easy to understand for a first-time player. Now, to be completely fair, that could be due to the fact that I've played every Ace Combat game up to this point, and a lot of this lore is referential to events and nations from previous games. But just speaking from my own experience with the games, this was the first time in my entire run of the series that I watched the opening cutscene and actually felt like I fully understood what was going on. The story opens with peace in the continent of Usea being disrupted for the first time in nearly a decade, a cheeky nod to the franchise's years of dormancy. Years of rising tensions between Osea and Erusea finally boil over when Erusea launches a surprise drone attack on Osea, capturing the majority of the Usean continent in the process. We play as Trigger, a member of the Osean Air Force's Mage Squadron, and we spend these early missions fighting to retake the continent from the Erusian forces. And as we get into the first mission of the campaign, I was immediately caught off guard by just how beautiful this game is. The plane models, the lighting, the weirdly high fidelity of the clouds, this game is just insanely pleasant to look at, and this is true from the first mission all the way through to the last. There are still some things that don't look all that great, like the terrain in some levels in particular looks pretty low quality, and there's an insane amount of pop-in present, but if you're just playing the game like normal and not paying super close attention to the finer details, you're unlikely to even notice these things. And aiding the presentation, as always, is the incredible soundtrack that Keiki Kobayashi composed for the game. It features a little bit of every sound from the Ace Combat series, even having a couple acoustic guitar-heavy tracks that are reminiscent of Zero, but it really leans heavily into the orchestral sound. And while a lot of Ace Combat games will have one or maybe two tracks with a choir worked into them, AC7's soundtrack heavily features choirs and vocals in general, something that you definitely won't hear me complaining about. Here, take a quick listen and see what you think. Also, during the first mission, longtime fans will be happy to discover that Ace Combat 7 plays pretty much identically to the PS2 games. It feels so similar to them, in fact, that I didn't even consciously notice anything for the first few minutes because a few hours earlier, I had actually been streaming Ace Combat 5, and going straight from that to starting up 7, it just felt completely natural. There's no crazy gimmicks here like DFM or evasive maneuvers, it's just good old-fashioned Ace Combat. And thanks to the 13 years of technological advancements between AC6 and 7, the controls feel smoother than they ever have before. Because of this, there's actually very little to talk about here in terms of the core gameplay mechanics, as it's all pretty much exactly what you'd expect from an Ace Combat game. That's not to say that there's nothing new to mention here in the gameplay, but we'll come back to that once we've covered the rest of the basics. And about the most basic thing that I could possibly bring up is that the menu and UI design in this game is really damn good. The menus are easy to read, they look nice, and they're incredibly easy to navigate as everything is placed exactly where you'd expect them to be. And my praise of the menus even extends to something that I never would have expected from a newer AC title, but I really like the briefing screens in this game. If you've seen my earlier videos in the series, you'll know that I adored the briefings in Air Combat and AC2, but ever since those very early titles, the briefings were simplified and had way less detail and personality to them, and I brought it up in every single video until I think Ace Combat 5, where I finally just gave up hope on them ever returning to their original form. And while I wouldn't say that Ace Combat 7 has a better briefing screen than Ace Combat 2, which absolutely reigns supreme to this day in that regard, these are some of the best and most detailed briefings the series has seen in a very long time, and I would say that they're definitely top 3 in the franchise as a whole. And since we're already in the menus, I think now would be a good time to talk about how Ace Combat 7 approaches its progression. Instead of unlocking planes in a linear order as you progress through missions like normal, AC7 instead introduces something totally new in the form of the aircraft tree. With this, you have a starting point where you're given your F-16 at the beginning, and from there, you can go down whatever path you choose, using the points you earn from completing missions to unlock whatever planes or upgrade parts you want in whatever order you want. And yeah, you heard me right, upgrade parts. The customizable part system from Access Games' handheld titles has finally made its way over to a mainline entry, and it's somehow even crazier here than it was in those games. In games like X and X2, you would have a few different part categories such as your wings or your armor plating, and you would be able to select one custom part for each of those categories. But here, there's a limit of 8 parts total, and you can use all those slots however you please. There are smaller limits, such as each plane having its own hard cap for things like how many movement-based parts or weapon-based parts you can add, but throughout my entire playthrough, I never actually hit any of these smaller limits, so even if you did, it would barely limit your creativity and your freedom within the system. I said way back in my Ace Combat X review that I would love to see this system make its way into a mainline entry, and now that I've played one with it, I can confidently say that I do in fact love the addition of it. Back to the actual gameplay though, I did say there were a couple of new additions here, and the first of these actually comes from the clouds of all things. Clouds have been present in the Ace Combat games since way back in the PS2 days, but they've never been more than just visual flair for the maps. Here, however, they've added a couple of new mechanics that force the player to take clouds into consideration while playing the game. The first of which is the fact that your plane will actually ice over if you spend too long inside of the clouds, meaning that if you do enter them, you better rush to get back out before you lose control of your plane entirely. Additionally, missiles from both you and your enemies will have weaker tracking when flying through the clouds, meaning that you need to get closer to your enemies before shooting if they decide to fly through them, and you can even go into the clouds to lose missiles if you're having trouble evading them normally. And back to when I mentioned how detailed the briefings are earlier, they even include weather reports and show you the cloud coverage in the map so that you're aware of how much you're going to have to deal with them in each given mission. They aren't completely game-changing by any means, but I feel like these added mechanics with the clouds do add a much-needed depth and minor environmental hazard to the gameplay, and I think that these are definitely some positive additions. And this next thing isn't actually a new mechanic, but it is one that I forgot to mention when I played the game it was introduced in. By pressing both your brakes and your afterburners at the same time, you'll get a much quicker burst of momentum to turn your plane with, though your overall speed will slowly decrease while using it, leaving you at a risk of stalling out if you use it all the time. These are known as high G turns, and they were actually present all the way back in Ace Combat 6, and I simply forgot to include it in the video as I didn't even discover the addition of it until late into the game, as the game doesn't include the high G turns in the tutorial at the beginning. Once again, these are a minor addition to the gameplay overall, but they add that little bit of extra depth to the game's basic controls, so I'm personally a fan, though I do think players should lose speed a little more quickly than they do to better lean into the risk-reward factor of the feature. And since we're already on the topic of features returning from previous games, flares also make a return from Assault Horizon here. I didn't find myself relying on them as often in 7 as I did in Assault Horizon, as the pace of the gameplay here is much slower than it was in that game, but there were a couple missions later into the game that were so crazy that I would suddenly find myself relying on them. You might be noticing a pattern here, but once again, a small addition that just adds a layer of extra fun to the gameplay. And thankfully, something else returns here in 7 that was completely absent from the last couple entries in the series. Those good old-fashioned Ace Combat super weapons. We get introduced to the first of them a few missions into the game when a large Erusian weapon known as the Arsenal Bird shows up after a large dogfight, sending out a small army of drones to attack us. The Arsenal Bird retreats while we deal with the drones, and we even lose a couple of squad mates to them, establishing how much of a threat this thing actually is without it even ever using its main weapons against us. Shortly after this, we get sent on a mission to escort President Harling from Ace Combat 5 out of a hotly contested area in the conflict, the International Space Elevator. While doing so, the helicopter that's flying him out suddenly gets hit by an Osean missile, and we get accused of being the one who fired it, and were eventually found guilty of President Harling's assassination. From here, we get sent off to prison, where we end up getting assigned to Spare Squadron, a fighter squadron made up of convicts who were formerly pilots, who are sent on the most impossible missions the Osean Air Force has due to our expendable nature. And thanks to the impossible nature of the missions that we get sent on, the mission variety here in AC7 is actually really great. There's a great mix of air-to-air, air-to-ground, and air-to-ship combat throughout the entire campaign. There are unique mission gimmicks that don't seem like they'll get annoying on repeat playthroughs, unlike AC5, and there's an amazing variety in the locations and backdrops of the mission as well. Not to mention the fact that players get to revisit various locations from the best games in the series, such as Stonehenge and Farbanti from Ace Combat 4, Anchorhead from Ace Combat 2, and even the Mass Driver from Ace Combat 5. And a very pleasant surprise to me was the return of what this game now refers to as Annihilation missions. This is the mission archetype that made up the vast majority of Ace Combat 4's campaign, where you're thrown into a large-scale battle with a strict time limit and are required to destroy enough targets within that time to meet a minimum point requirement and complete the mission. Along with this, the return line from Ace Combat 4 also returns exclusively to these missions, allowing you to go and get ammo and repairs at any time during the mission at the cost of using up a decent chunk of time in order to do so. As someone who still considers AC4 to be their favorite in the series, I was very happy to see a small handful of missions thrown in here that just replicate that game's style, and while I know there are some fans out there that hate this kind of mission, I personally loved their reintroduction here. Another gimmick that made me incredibly happy was the return of extreme weather conditions. There are a couple missions in the game where you'll have to fly through an extreme storm, or at the very least, storm clouds, and these missions are incredibly intense. There are strong winds that can throw your plane around unexpectedly, which doesn't really hinder your gameplay all that much, but it does just enough to make the player feel like they're struggling to maintain control over their plane, and that small psychological effect alone makes the strong winds incredibly fun and engaging. Along with that, when you're flying through the storm clouds, it's likely that you'll be struck by lightning if you hang around in there for too long, and this will hinder your control over your plane a lot. So not only have they brought back the extreme weather conditions from Assault Horizon, but they've actively made them more dynamic and interesting, and while I liked them in Assault Horizon, I absolutely loved them here in Ace Combat 7. And speaking of these thunderstorms, during the first one we encounter in the game, we're also introduced to Mihai, an ace pilot from Erusia who is so great that he's known as the King of the Skies. We get into an insane dogfight with him where we fight while flying through uneven terrain while in the middle of a thunderstorm, but neither of us manage to shoot the other down, with him being ordered to retreat due to the storm before our fight can reach its conclusion. From here, Mihai ends up being our rival for the rest of the game, with us running into him numerous times throughout the campaign. And just to add a little more intrigue into the mix, we see during the cutscenes that the scientist who's developing the drones for Erusia is also working alongside Mihai to record his flight patterns and data so that they can be programmed into a new model of drones, which would effectively give them an entire army of pilots who are on par with the so-called King of the Skies. But after our encounter with Mihai, as well as pulling off multiple other suicide missions assigned to us, we're eventually pardoned and recruited by the elite long-range strategic strike group of the Osean Air Force. And now that we're officially back in the Air Force, we take part in one surgical strike against the Erusian forces after another, slowly retaking the continent. But during our battle over Farbanti, Osea and Aruja both use anti-satellite weapons against one another, taking down the entire satellite network and knocking out all communications and IFF networks along with it. This leads to a fun gimmick being added in for a couple of missions where we don't know who's friend or foe, and we need to get close and get visual confirmation of each potential target before firing on them. It's something that would be incredibly annoying if it went on for too long, but since they only used it for 2 missions, it went away just as it was starting to become tedious, and I have to give Project Ace's props for coming up with an entirely new gimmick that none of the 12 games that came before this one had. But getting into the climax of the game, it's revealed that all of the drones and super weapons that Aruja has been using throughout the game have actually been developed for them by Belkan scientists because, of course, if there are weapons of mass destruction in Strange Reel, Belka is probably involved somehow. It's also revealed that they had developed some of the drones to be identical to Osean planes in order to frame the country for major crimes and acts of war, which is how we ended up getting framed for assassinating President Harling. We run into Mihai again, except this time he's flying a new revision of the XO2 Wyvern that's equipped with a mobile railgun. This leads to what is probably the craziest dogfight in the game, and it was so intense that we fought for nearly 5 minutes before I finally managed to shoot him down. From here, we go to secure the International Space Elevator, bringing us full circle back to where we were originally framed. Shortly after we arrive, the Arsenal Bird does as well, releasing its entire army of drones this time, as well as activating all of its onboard weaponry. And I have to say, this is easily one of, if not just my favorite super weapon fight in the entire franchise. The sheer amount of drones flying around, along with the insane number of missiles and lasers being shot from the Arsenal Bird itself, make it one of the most hectic battles in the series, and the track that plays in the background during the fight only makes it that much better. But once we've shot it down, we're immediately attacked by 2 Belkan drones flying superplanes who were actually programmed to mimic Mihai's flight patterns and techniques, meaning that we essentially get that Mihai fight from a couple missions prior, except now there's 2 of them. After defeating both of them, we realize that one managed to escape from its plane after getting shot down and is flying into the core of the space elevator in order to upload the Mihai data to other drone factories across the continent, which leads us into one of the best tunnel runs the franchise has ever seen for the finale. We destroy the drone beneath the space elevator, and to make our final escape, we fly back up and out of the elevator itself in what is one of the most surprisingly claustrophobic set pieces the series has to offer, and then it's all finally over. Overall, I enjoyed Ace Combat 7 far more than I had expected to. It feels like classic Ace Combat in all the best ways, while still injecting its own unique flavor into the formula, and it's easily the most fun I've had with an Ace Combat game since I played Ace Combat 4 all those months ago. The story might not be the best the series has to offer, but I would say that it's better than most of the games, and thankfully, the quality of the core gameplay and the campaign more than makes up for any issues I might have had with it. It really feels like a celebration of the return of Ace Combat, and to me, it's a textbook example of how developers should approach reviving dormant franchises, simply taking what worked so well when the series was in its prime and making small additions that don't intrude on that core experience. So at the end of the day, I'm going to give Ace Combat 7 Skies Unknown an 8.7. And that's it, you guys. We've played and reviewed every game in the Ace Combat franchise. It was a long few months of work, but it was a very worthwhile journey to go on, and I hope that you guys enjoyed watching the series as much as I enjoyed producing it. You guys really made this series possible, since without all of you, I'm just a guy sitting here talking to himself. From here, I'll be moving on to closing out the last of the Metal Gear games, and then moving on to a new series from there. I'd love to see you guys around the channel wherever we go next, but if not, thank you again for even spending this much time watching. And just know that whenever that rumored Ace Combat 8 comes around, I'll be looking forward to covering it, and you can absolutely expect me to make a video. Make sure to subscribe to the channel if you haven't already to keep up to date with whatever we do next, and stop by my Patreon page if you want to support an incredibly handsome guy and his weird obsession with deep dives into how gaming franchises have evolved over time. Thanks again, guys, and I'll hope to see you all again soon.